This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of This Unwritten Future by Imparfait, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. Prologue. Then, the five of them are in Sirius's kitchen. These days, it's always Sirius's kitchen, with the brown, chipped Formica table and the mismatched hardware on the cabinets. There's something in the wards, something that makes Remus's spine tingle when he steps across the threshold. It's dark. Whatever it is, some relic of Sirius's former life that keeps the place safe as a bank vault. So they meet there, when they meet. It's not often, not like it used to be. The window's open. London's a racket outside, but they're quiet around the table. Sirius is smoking, sat up on the window ledge and making an effort to blow the smoke out into the dark outside. Not that it matters. The kitchen smells like mildew and stale nicotine, has done since he bought the place in 7th year. There's a clutch of butterbeer bottles in the middle of the table. Peter's picking at the label on the one closest to him, while James holds his head in his hands and Lily rubs at his back. Remus wants to puke.
Fidelius.
Sirius snaps. He's been mean lately. Tonight is no exception.
Whose half-cocked fucking idea was that?
James visibly cringes. Remus knows the answer. So does Sirius. He'd be willing to bet the meager contents of his Gringotts vault on it. Dumbledore, the Grandmaster of the board. It's got his fingerprints all over it.
Padfoot.
Remus admonishes. He tries to stay soft, tries his best, but it comes out hard-edged, like cold marble. Things have been strange and strained between them. It's his fault, or at least, mostly his. They'd gone out to a club in Soho, fell into bed together like fucking morons, and now Sirius won't even look him in the eye. It's been over a month. He's not sure things will ever go back to the way they were. It's not like it matters. What's one more burned bridge when the whole world is on fire?
It's a shit plan, Remus.
Sirius stubs his smoke out and turns back to face them all.
It's a shit plan. We're all going to fucking die.
Peter flinches in his seat. He hasn't spoken since James and Lily said they were going into hiding. Remus gets the feeling he'd rather transform and scurry under something, very Wormtail, to hide away from his problems. Their problems. James and Lily's problems. He feels guilty as soon as he thinks it.
They'll just fucking torture it out of whichever of us, won't they?
Sirius is agitated, all swinging arms. It's the most life Remus has seen out of him since Gid Pruitt got his leg blown off at the start of September. If it weren't so grim, Remus would be glad to see it.
Can't.
James says, voice muffled by his hands on his face. He's hunched miserably in on himself where he sits.
It can't be compelled. I'm sure they're creative and motivated enough to find a loophole.
Sirius snaps. James glances at Lily then, and Remus knows something is coming. He feels it in the air, can smell it like ozone tickling his nose.
We've sort of got a plan for that.
Lily says, words spilling out slowly like everyone is being carefully chosen.
Another one of Dumbledore's ideas?
Remus asks. It's James who shakes his head.
No.
He says,
Someone else's. They suggested a bluff.
Sirius closes the window with a clatter and turns.
You want to leave Harry's life up to some bloody skullduggery?
He throws his hands up, starts pacing the worn track of linoleum from window to icebox.
Some half-wit scheme by some fuck-off order member? I'll fucking do it. I'll do it. Let them try. I'll spit in their face and slit my own throat.
His eyes are thunderstorm gray, hard and narrowed, as he looks between them all. James stares back, and they do that thing, the frustrating, annoying thing where they have an entire conversation with nothing but twitches of their lips and eyelash flutters. Remus hates it because he doesn't like being left out, because he doesn't like not knowing, because he doesn't have that with Sirius, and he wants it. James shakes his head, but it's Lily who speaks.
3 secrets.
She says, looking between them.
3 secret keepers.
Midnight, the 27th of October, 1981, and the marauders scatter like ash in the wind.
The Potters live in the cottage by the sea in Domburg.
Hides deep in Sirius Black's heart as he heads south, to Dover first, and then onward toward the Mediterranean.
The Potters live at Rook's Corner in Madrid.
Stains like sunspots behind Remus Lupin's eyes as he goes north the long way, a journey towards Stockholm to start.
The Potters live at Lighthouse Point in Dundee.
Rests thick and uncomfortable on the tip of Peter Pettigrew's tongue. Peter's meant to go west toward Brussels. And the Potters? The Potters live at 7 Elderwood Way in Godric's Hollow, but only James Potter can say for sure. Chapter 1 Uno. Now. The war ends on a Tuesday in April, 1983. But now is not then, and the end of the world is a faraway thought deep into March in the Gobi Desert. That's where Remus Lupin finds himself bundled against the cold, kept from shivering by warming charms woven into his thick winter jacket and Muggle hand warmers tucked into his gloves. The hand warmers are a gift from his ma'am, who sent several in a care package via international post to Remus for Christmas. Along with them were a staggering number of knit scarves and hats that he distributed to the rest of his dig team when he returned to the excavation site at the start of March. He'd spent Christmas in Istanbul and the long stretch of January and February in Cairo with Ngozi Okonkwo, the lead researcher on their team, sorting through artifacts and cataloging until his brain went completely numb. It's still too cold out on the Gobi, the mid-morning chill enough to freeze his bollocks solid in his trousers, but their funding depends on results. The Magical Archaeology Department so helpfully pointed out back in January that they're bloody wizards, and the weather hardly matters. So back to the site they went, like busy little worker bees in brightly colored parkas. Which is how he finds himself here now, sifting through earth and uncovering the lost remnants of an ancient civilization with Okonkwo 10 feet away, sipping a hot cocoa. She's scrutinizing their morning find, an ancient piece of wood, long, slender, whittled to a sharp point, likely a wand, while Milner, Banks, and Gibbons shiver in the pit. Remus loves the pit. There's something calming about carefully moving earth with wand motions so practiced he can do them in his sleep. It's been a blessing, having something to distract him from whatever is going on halfway across the planet, back in the place he still calls home in his head.
Fucking fuck.
Milner groans from where he's digging, half a meter below Remus's left foot.
Lupin, I'm gonna cave this whole section with your fat ass on top of it. You better shift.
Instead of stepping back, Remus hops down into the pit next to him. The cushioning charm at the bottom breaks what would have been a painful landing on his post-moon knees. He flicks an immobilizing charm at the crumbling earth underneath, where his foot had been just a moment before, and it stabilizes. Milner swears again under his breath and drops his own charm, scrambling for the clay pot, half sticking out of the wall, just to his right, and levitating it up onto the worktop behind them.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Remus answers.
Second time I've saved your arse in as many days.
But who's counting?
Milner grins at him, sharp and pointed. The sight of it claws something open in Remus's guts. It's familiar, aching, but on the wrong face. He pushes the thought away. Milner looks nothing like him anyway, with too tan skin, his soft brown eyes, and a too big nose. Milner's pushing 50, a dinosaur compared to Remus's own 23. Remus hopes he'll age half as well as Milner, who's got laugh lines in the corners of his eyes, and sure, more salt than pepper in his hair, but it works for him. The pit of grief in his chest craters inward, collapses under the weight of his thoughts. Sirius would have looked so lovely with salt and pepper hair. It's utterly unfair that he didn't get the chance for laugh lines to carve themselves into his face from a lifetime of joy. Sirius at 50, 60, 70 would have still been a sight. Milner gives him a little shove that pulls him back out of his thoughts.
How are your knees?
Aching.
You're a pensioner trapped in a young man's body, Lupin.
It's Remus's turn to dig an elbow into Milner's ribs.
Who was healing whom after the moon set?
Milner laughs.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Above them, there's a distinct clearing of a throat. They both look up into Okonkwo's best stern face. It leaves a little pang in Remus's heart, because she looks like McGonagall when she looks at them like this.
All right, gentlemen.
Milner salutes her.
Right as rain, boss ma'am. Almost lost the ledge, but Lupin's a savior.
She tuts at him.
Shouldn't be excavating the sides without a spotter anyway.
Her whole face lights up when she spots the pot.
Is that a cauldron?
Might be
Milner shrugs.
small, but the etchings on the sides look like...
He's cut off by Okonkwo, scrambling down the sheer edge of the pit and landing in front of them. Remus leaves them to it. He's not here as an expert in apothecary studies. His grant from Istanbul is about ancient wand-making techniques, which is already barely an area of interest for him. He'd prefer to be out further in the Gobi, searching for Mongolian deathworms so he could study their breeding patterns. But wand lore is what's come to pay his bills since he left England, and it's interesting enough. And more importantly, out here he feels safe, for the first time in ages. Remus didn't think he would ever feel safe again, not after he ran in the middle of the night from James and Lily's little cottage, not after his flat in Gothenburg filled with smoke and flames a scant few months later. His only escape from Lucius Malfoy's shrieking curses had been to throw himself headfirst out his window and trust in his ability to apparate midair. He knows without being told that he was always meant to just be a red herring, that the Potters live at Rook's Corner in Madrid is both a secret and a lie. He knew it the moment the glittering purple of the Fidelius wrapped around his bloody palm like a bandage in October of '81, and he still knows it now. The same way he knows and knew even then that if Lucius Malfoy was coming after him, Sirius was already dead. So he swallowed his grief and fled Sweden, running all the way to his Daz friend at the Gizli Okul in Istanbul, before he finally dared to stop and breathe. Then there was nothing for it, nothing to do, but throw himself into work that Professor Demir gave him, and try to forget whatever was going on in England. He got the opportunity to disappear into the Mongolian wilderness a scant few weeks later, and he took it without a second thought. How could he not? He was tired of looking over his shoulder for Death Eaters at every turn. He's grateful. For the first time since '79, he doesn't feel like death is waiting for him around every corner. This is the longest he's ever been employed, and he's doing something he enjoys well enough. There's good work yet to be done, secrets to find in the dig site, answers to questions that have long been asked about the wizarding tribes that called the Gobi home long before the Mongolian Empire rose to prominence. Sometimes it's hard to focus on the work. There are days and weeks where everything hurts, where he thinks about home and friends, and the grief of losing his entire life eats at him. He spends too much time at night tossing and turning in his tent, wondering if Peter's been caught, if Remus is somehow the last one standing, how the order is faring. He misses James's hugs and Lily's warm laugh. He tries very hard not to ever think about Sirius, who is certainly dead, but he misses them all. He shakes his head to clear away the thoughts. There's no use in getting lost in the past, not when Zaya is staring at him from where she's sitting atop the ledge to the pit with a sandwich in her hand and a worried frown on her face. Not when Banks and Gibbons are scrambling up the ledge to join her, because it is, by all measures, time for a cuppa. Remus finds himself going for the latter too. He doesn't want to think about the past anymore, not when he doesn't have to, not when Zaya and the gents can distract him from the dark places in his head where he worries about the fates of his friends. There's hope still in the world. He finds himself clutching onto it, same as he clutches the rungs of the ladder. There's tea and sandwiches to be had, good conversation, and new friends, found in the most unlikely of places. It's been nearly a year since he came to the dig out on the Gobi. His proper anniversary is a few weeks off still, mid-April, but that doesn't stop his colleagues from making much of him at every opportunity. They were a team long before Remus joined up, a latecomer by any definition, and he finds some comforting familiarity in being ribbed by the 1-2 combo of Banks and Gibbons, who are an older, more refined flavor of marauder. Al Gibbons is Australian, a research associate out of the Merlin Institute in Brisbane, but he's also a Quidditch aficionado and the sort that isn't above slipping itching powder into his colleagues' boots to break some tension. He also does a nice sausage roll now and then, which they all rave over. It's a nice break from endless pots of stew and camp stove cheese toasties, which is all Remus can manage. Banks is the one who hands him a butcher paper wrapped sandwich, tied with twine, with Remy Lou written in Zaya's sharp, stark print. He's glad to see it, despite hating the nickname. Zaya makes good sandwiches, with slabs of roasted lamb and a jammy spread just this side of too spicy on nice crusty bread. He'll take it over Banks's attempts at feeding them, which usually starts and ends with fire. Zaya told him once with a grave look on her face, not long after he came to the dig, that no one can be sad when they're eating sandwiches. He'd hate to disappoint her, so he does his best to push his lingering sad thoughts away as he tucks into lunch. That's easy when there's chatter just to his left, where Gibbons and Banks discuss their own part of the excavation. They're doing work to uncover and preserve an old stone hut that they're convinced belonged to a 9th century healer, Bolorma, who the local wizarding communities still tell stories about. Remus half listens while he eats. Bolorma is famous for her work with curses, particularly blood curses, and that's an area of interest for Remus. And Milner too, he thinks, as Milner scrambles up the ladder on what Remus knows are equally achy knees. Milner and he both have the same blood curse, after all. The world's treated Milner differently. He comes from Canada, out in Vancouver, and he's unused to the old world attitude toward werewolves. He was bitten at 22, and his life never ended. Not like Remus. There's no dehumanizing registry in Canada. He's got rights, holds a job he loves as an archaeologist. He has a wife and 3 kids of his own grown now, and none of them werewolves. Remus always wondered about that. He'd never dare to risk it to find out.
Hey, Remy Lou,
Banks calls over to him.
did you send your mother a thank you for these scarves?
The nickname might make him twitch internally, but it's better than hearing any of them call him Mooney. His heart would shatter into pieces right there in his chest.
Of course I did.
He answers as Milner drops into the seat closest to him.
I sent your love specifically, Banks.
Damn right.
Banks tosses a wink at him.
Old Lyle better watch out. I've got a weak spot for a quick knitter.
Lyle is a bit infamous around the site. He's been a presence without ever stepping foot into Mongolia. Lyle's name preceded Remus here, of all places. But that means it was Remus they turned to when an Akami turned up at the edge of their camp, despite the fact that he's ostensibly there to research ancient wands. After lunch, it's back in the pit with Milner for the afternoon. There's earth to shift. They don't find anything else worth Remus's time in what he's assuming is the ancient trash heap they've uncovered a dozen or so meters away from the ruins of the old stone hut. But Milner busies himself with soil samples and scraps of cloth. They break for the day when the warming charms run thin, long after the hand warmers in his gloves have given up. Then it's a long ride home across the bumpy, empty expanse of the Gobi, back toward camp, where his tent is waiting, warmed by the camp stove, for him to curl up in the dying sunlight with his stack of pleasure reading and a bubbling pot of stew. Remus doesn't see the sun set, but he does see it rise the next morning, standing in the open flap of his tent, bundled against the late March chill, with a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. The whole world is silent, huge and sprawling and empty, stretching out over the horizon. It's not a bad life, the one he's cobbled together, but it never quite feels like his. Days on the dig site blur into each other. Even the weekends, when half the team goes into Ulaanbaatar to spend the weekend in relative comfort, follow the same ebb and flow for Remus. He doesn't go into the city, not often. He's seen the inside of Wizard Square a dozen or so times in the last year. There's too many people, too much danger, and the creature comforts of a room with proper walls and a shower that runs hot for hours without the diligent application of heating charms aren't his priorities. He doesn't think Lucius Malfoy is going to appear in the flat the team rents in Wizard Square, but taking the risk doesn't seem worth it. March turns into April in the usual way, marked by earlier sunrises and later sunsets, days dragging on in the pit. Okonkwo sends off the proto-wand to Cairo, to the analysts in the archaeology department who have better instruments than they do out here on the site. Milner and he recover from the lingering aches of the last full moon. Banks and Gibbons find a few old tablets with eroded writing on them that they spend evenings poring over, spelling the dirt and dust off, working a kind of restoration magic Remus never learned, and certainly didn't have the patience for. Zaya swans around, her own research on the sociological aspects of Khitan wizards making slow but steady progress. And then quite suddenly, on a sunny and unusually warm Tuesday in April, an owl swoops overhead. It drops a letter that bounces off the handle of Remus's mug of strong coffee and lands at his feet. Remus doesn't often get owls. His parents write to him from where they're hiding, somewhere in coastal Brazil, via Muggle post. He hasn't heard from anyone else since the night he left. That was part of the deal, the little he could do to protect the smallest marauder, radio silence. But he's a researcher, and with that comes some owls. He's expecting to hear back from the Cairo team about the Wand Corps any day. He hopes he's right and it's demiguise. He's thinking of the implications of that as he stoops to pick it up. His father's handwriting almost makes him drop the letter as if it were a hot coal.
Or,
says Gibbons from where he's taking his mid-morning break by the fireside.
Lupin's got a letter.
Love letter, Lupin.
Okonkwo asks, flashing him a too bright grin that looks out of place on her usually severe face.
Is it Naelia? Finally confessing her love. I knew she wouldn't hold it in forever. Not after all the time you two spent together in February.
My Da.
He calls back to her, and that quells the rest of them before they can ask him whatever other cheeky questions are on the tips of their tongues. They don't know much about him, but even people who spend 10 months a year in the desert know what's going on in the UK. Voldemort makes the news everywhere, after all. The secret he's keeping isn't that he's run from a war, but if his Da is writing openly like this, daring to send something via owl, that can only mean one thing. Something's changed, one way or another. He takes off his gloves and tucks them under an arm as he steps away to rip open the envelope in some kind of relative privacy.
It's over.
Da writes with little preamble.
You know who is dead.
He sits down hard on a wooden stump, suddenly dizzy and dry-mouthed. When he can breathe again, Okonkwo drives them both back to the main camp, through the craggy boundary stones that mark the edge of the 1,000-year-old anti-apparition jinx that's still holding strong. They're both quiet, but Remus knows Okonkwo is just waiting, wishing he'd say something. He can feel her curiosity radiating off her, so strong it's almost something he can physically touch. The radio in their Land Cruiser never worked, at least not since Remus joined the excavation last year. He's never quite wished for noise as much as he does now, sitting in silence with nothing but his own racing thoughts.
So he's dead then, Voldemort.
She says his name like he's nothing, and Remus supposes if he's dead that he is. But he's been this looming specter for Remus's entire life, and that deserves not reverence but something. He wasn't nothing. He's destroyed too much for that.
Midor says he is.
Remus answers. She's tapping a silent beat on the steering wheel. It's a straight shot over a worn dirt path from the excavation site to their camp. She starts to speak but stops herself, her fingers stilling against the leather under her hands. They're silent. The rattle in the engine no one has been able to fix is the only sound that fills the cab, and Remus is grateful for it.
Does that mean you're leaving?
She asks. He doesn't answer. He doesn't know the answer. Not really. Remus loves the dig. He likes the work they're doing, likes how sparse and empty-seeming Mongolia is in general. He could get lost in the wild, walk for a month without seeing another soul. Especially at the dig, they're in the middle of nowhere, miles from people, a half a day from Ulaanbaatar in the Land Cruiser, going full clip. It's good for him. It's been good for the wolf, too, to be able to apparate away from everyone and let himself run across the endless plains, howling up at the sky. There isn't shame here. He'll miss that if he goes.
Milner will miss his moon friend.
He sees her glance at him out of the corner of her eye, a half-formed frown creasing her lips. She's not one for a guilt trip. That's an honest observation, Remus thinks, and he doesn't disagree. It's been good for both of them, Remus thinks, to not be left alone to tear at themselves, and to have someone to talk to, properly talk to, about how much his knees hurt the day before, and the way his throat goes all scratchy from howling the day after. The less physical things, too. Remus may have been turned young, but Milner's been a werewolf for just as long. He was turned as an adult. He spent his life in a place where there's no registry, and he could pursue his passions without having to worry about getting sacked every full moon. Hell, Milner has a wife at home in Vancouver, a lovely woman who sends him boxes of treats around every full moon and an endless flurry of letters in between. Remus doesn't want a wife, but he'd like a partner, someday. He curtails that train of thought before his mind can wander back to Soho, in the dying heat of a long, deadly summer, to Sirius pressing him up against a sticky club wall and kissing him thoroughly enough that all his sense of self-preservation left his head. It's been 17 months since he left Godric's Hollow under cover of darkness, with the Potters live at Rook's Corner in Madrid, tucked safe and secret inside him. He's changed. He's built a whole life outside of the UK, where he's happy enough and has a purpose, where no one glances at him sideways when he limps back into camp with aching knees and rapidly healing scrapes on his arms and legs. But there's home. His mam and Da, who he's only dared to call a handful of times since he fled into the night, deserve to see his face. James and Lily, fuck, he doesn't even know if they made it. Little Harry, Da didn't say in his letter who lived and who died. Who knows what's left of home? He thinks about the secret he still keeps safe inside himself. He wonders about Peter, about James and Lily, about Marlene and Alastor and Albus Dumbledore. He can go. He doesn't have to stay.
I have some leave.
he says to Okonkwo as she veers left toward the campsite looming in the brush ahead.
You do.
She agrees. He takes a deep breath and allows himself to feel just a flicker of hope somewhere in his chest.
I think I'll take some, if that's all right with you.
She hums in assent as she pulls the Land Cruiser to a stop.
Don't rush yourself, Lupin.
She says.
These findings have waited 1,000 years. They can wait a few months more.
When he sleeps that night, curled up under his blankets on his little camp bed in his tent, it's mostly restless. An endless parade of nightmares that he's pushed aside dance behind his eyes. He worries, even in his broken sleep, that it's all a lie. He won't believe it, not until he sees the news, in stark black and white. Feeling hope is a strange otherworldly thing, something that belongs to other people. He'll go to Wizard Square in the morning, he decides. There's no time like the present, and if it's real, if it's true that Voldemort is dead and the world hasn't ended, he'll arrange to go home, at least for a little while. He's got a month's worth of leave at least. Milner comes with him to Ulaanbaatar in the morning, early enough that the rest of the camp isn't awake yet, and the sun is barely peeking over the edge of the horizon. They apparate in 2 turns, barely stopping for breath between the camp and the back side of the boarded-up building on the outskirts of the city that holds Wizard Square. There's a morning chill in the air that leaves him with goosebumps on his arms as they hunt for the exact nail in the doorway they need to tap with a wand 3 times. Milner finds it with a triumphant shout, loud in the quiet of the empty streets around them. There isn't much life around Wizard Square on the best of days. Not that Remus is an expert. He's only been 5 or 6 times since he's come to Mongolia, preferring not to show his face where Death Eaters might find themselves if they were still trying to hunt him down. It's a different story entirely inside. A sea of merchant stalls in an open-air central courtyard, ringed by 5 stories of flats and offices with open walkways, looking out over the marketplace. The wood and stone of the bottom stories gives way to steel and glass higher up, until the very top floor, with its polished marble handrails and frosted glass doorways engraved with official titles of government officials. Wizard Square is the center of the world in Mongolia.
Do you think they've got those little caramel squares in the candy place?
Milner asks as they step down into the mess of it. Remus swivels to look at him, one eyebrow raised.
Sure.
He doesn't much care about the caramel squares, at least not today.
Oh, what? Something more pressing.
Milner says, ghost of a teasing smirk stealing across his lips.
You mean to say you aren't here for the candy?
Remus laughs. It feels fucking good to laugh after everything, after all these years piling up on his shoulders. Milner gives him a hard clap on the back and throws his arm around Remus's shoulders.
Come along, Lupin. Let's find some newspapers before you storm the embassy office.
There's a small newsstand near the back stairs that lead straight up to the 3rd level, bypassing most of the apartments in favor of the barber shop and the little cafe that have the prime real estate near the staircase. Bilgun is the chap who runs it, an old man with white hair and deep wrinkles on his face and bottle-thick glasses that make his eyes look huge in his face. He carries all sorts of papers, from the New York Ghost to the Sydney Seer. They've been a source of both comfort and fear to Remus, who asks for the Daily Prophet and the L'écrit de la Gargouille every time someone comes up to Ulaanbaatar. There's a list of the dead on page 3 of every prophet. He reads it first, before anything, every time the paper's in his hands. He has since 73, since the first time the prophet filled a few column inches with the names of wizards and witches cut down in their prime by a psychopath and his cronies. So many have died. He feels like a coward for being here, hiding out in Mongolia when he should have been there, fighting alongside the ones who are still alive. But he had his own duty, to protect Harry, and that's a cross he'd choose to bear again and again if anyone asked. Bilgun doesn't even bother to greet them. He just holds up the prophet in both hands. You Know Who Vanquished, in huge print on the cover, above a photo of Albus Dumbledore looking out pensively over his half-moon spectacles. He takes the paper without a word. For the first time in a decade, he doesn't flip to page 3. Instead, he devours the front page while Milner tosses a coin to Bilgun and leans over his shoulder to read along with him. There's photos and a long, winding article that continues into a whole spread on page 2. Voldemort's corpse laid out in the Wizengamot chamber of the Ministry. Professor McGonagall, standing at the edge of the picture, eyeing the whole circus of horrors and unspeakables with an air of skepticism that honestly makes him homesick. Gid Pruitt, with a prosthetic leg and biceps the size of Remus's head, stands in the foreground next to. He almost drops the paper. For a flicker of a moment, he thinks it's Sirius, but the details are wrong. He's too slight, too short, thinner in the face with a weaker chin. It's unfair, he thinks, that Regulus Black gets to live when Sirius is certainly dead, left to rot in some Death Eater's dungeon or buried in a shallow grave. His grief digs a fresh hole in his chest, all teeth and blood-stained claws. He sways with it, lets himself feel pressed down into the earth for 2, 3, 4 heartbeats.
You know them?
Milner asks. Remus nods, swallowing thickly around the lump in his throat.
I used to be one of them,
he says. There's a long beat of silence between them, while the paper shakes in Remus's trembling hands. When he looks up at Milner, there's nothing but kindness to be found there.
Then I think, Lupin, it's time for you to go home.
The immigration office in Dover is loud. Remus is used to relative silence. Most of the time, the loudest sound he would hear for weeks would be the wind whipping sand off the dunes in the Gobi, or the scattered, muted conversations of his colleagues at the camp. Even the bustle of Wizard Square can't hold a candle to the sheer raucous noise coming from 100 half-drunk and celebrating British wizards standing shoulder to shoulder in a small waiting room by the water. In the last 30 minutes, Remus has been offered no less than 5 shots of fire whiskey, some straight from a stranger's hip flask, and shoved into his arms by Dung Fletcher of all people, an entire bottle of champagne. There's tearful reunions happening all around him. He recognizes more than one face. There's Gladys Greengrass over by one of the reception desks, embracing a long-haired girl in a Beauxbatons uniform. Aludra Zabini and her current husband, Reinhold, Remus thinks, are huddled together with a toddler who looks about Harry's age. He's on his tiptoes, peering over everyone and watching the crowd for the particular familiar face he's looking for. It doesn't take long for him to spot his Da, a wild mess of silver-streaked hair and ruddy cheeks, and he finds himself rushing forward through the crowd before he even can properly register it. He lets himself get swept up into one of Da's bear hugs, right there in the middle of the immigration office, and it takes all of his considerable willpower to not burst into tears. For a long while, Remus thought he'd said goodbye to everything when he left. He thought that if he ever dared to see his parents again, it would be some covert, frantic journey from Mongolia to Brazil, hiding under 10 layers of glamour charms and a disillusionment for good measure. But instead, here he is, standing back on English soil with his Da's arms around him, squeezing him so tight he's having a hard time breathing.
Welcome home,
Da says, his voice is a little teary. He holds himself together while the immigration officer stamps his passport, bites his tongue so hard he tastes copper at the curl of the wizard's lip when he glances at the little silvery embossing on the bottom corner that declares him a werewolf. He stays steady when Da shuffles him back to the flue, when he tosses in a pinch of green powder and steps in, asking it to bring him home. He doesn't even cry when he stumbles out of the grate in his Mam and Da's little cottage to his Mam standing there, hand to her mouth, tears gathering in the corners of her eyes as she gasps out,
Remus John,
like a prayer. Remus does cry 2 days later when he sees James and Lily Potter standing on his parents' front porch, all fat tears and hiccoughing sobs when James throws his arms around him and holds him in tight against him, murmuring Mooney, Mooney, Mooney against the side of his head. He didn't expect this. Never expected to even be allowed home, thought the UK was lost to him entirely, a life that only lived in sepia-toned memories. Standing here in the doorway to his parents' little house and seeing his friends again, friends he thought were relegated to history for the rest of ever, it patches over some of the broken places inside him. The tears help too. Months of stoicism all bottled up finally release against James's shoulder, the pressure in his skull and around his heart finally getting relieved. They stand there in the doorway for what seems like forever, because Remus doesn't want to let go, and James doesn't seem to want to, either. When they finally part, James's eyes are red-rimmed under his glasses, and Remus feels 20 pounds lighter, from the tears or the lingering dread that their survival was a lie. He doesn't know. Lily hugs him next, just as tight, just as close, and he gasps because under her robes her stomach is hard, rounded, a bump. Another Potter, he realizes with a start, and that starts a fresh round of tears.
You're pregnant.
6 months along.
Lily says into his shoulder.
That one's a virile bastard, did you know?
Where's Harry?
He expected he'd be a little tag-along with them, bigger than he left him, a walking, talking toddler.
With Gid and his sister.
Lily tells him.
They've been a godsend. We've had so much to do in the last few weeks since we got to come out of hiding.
He ushers them over the threshold and inside where his mum is hovering in the doorway to the kitchen, very obviously watching them like a hawk. She's limply holding a packet of biscuits, probably meant for the tea tray. He smiles to himself. Hope Lupin, ever the most gracious hostess. Of course there'd be refreshments, even now, so soon after the end of the world.
Hope.
James chirps when she comes into his sightline. He bustles over to her and pulls her into a hug too.
You look well. Very tan. You were somewhere with sun, weren't you?
She laughs.
Brazil.
She waggles her eyebrows as they separate.
Lyle got us a lovely little house by the beach.
Brilliant.
James smacks a kiss on her cheek.
I'm glad you were both safe.
Harrowing times, but we did our best.
Hope says. She holds him at arm's length by both shoulders.
You, James Potter, look exhausted.
I've got a toddler, a wife up the duff, and dark wizards after my skin. Even you'd be tired too, I think. And you're a goddess amongst mere mortals.
He leans back in and claims another hug. Remus can't blame him. His mam's hugs are the thing of legend. She seems to remember the packet of biscuits and bustles back into the kitchen. James, for his part, looks like he wants to follow her, to keep catching up, but he backtracks back into the sitting room where Remus is still standing next to Lily, his arms limply at his side, even though he wants to reel them both in and hold them close, the remains of his broken little troop. They go to the sitting room, where Lily perches on one of the sofas and James tucks himself at her side. There's a million questions blooming on Remus's tongue as he drops into an armchair across from them, the thousand things he'd carefully filed away in to tell Lily and James zipping through his head. He doesn't say anything, just stares at them for maybe too long with wide eyes and, he's sure, a stunned, stupid look on his face. The silence between them carries on while Hope bangs around in the kitchen, cupboards opening and closing, a kettle whistling, the sound of china clinking against china. Remus stares and Remus thinks. He knew, obviously, that life goes on. Of course he did. His own life carried on, despite the world ending and ending again. He somehow expected James and Lily to be frozen in time, locked away, unchanging behind Fidelius. Obviously that's not true. He can see it in the way James's hair's grown out a bit, longer and scruffier than it was, no longer short enough to stand on end. Lily's glowing face, and the way her hand rests on the swell of her stomach. Even their clothes. He's pictured them in the same clothes he last saw them in the whole time he's been away. It isn't until after Hope brings in the tea tray and takes her leave out onto the back porch to watch Lyle try to wrestle the back garden back into some semblance of order that any of them even really try to speak. It's James first, clearing his throat and not quite meeting Remus's eyes, looking somewhere in the vicinity of his left ear.
So,
he starts.
Where did you go?
And Remus tells him the brief summary version of the strange-smelling bakery under his flat in Gothenburg and the gizly okul in Istanbul, of Professor Demir and his offer of a place out on the Gobi, where there's hardly a man for 100 miles and the horizon feels infinite. He tells them about Milner and Okonkwo, Zara, and the terrible twosome of Gibbons and Banks, the ones who sometimes ripped his heart out thinking about James and Sirius in 20 years, still finishing each other's sentences and turning everything into a practical joke. James and Lily listen. James looks equal parts thrilled and longing, like he wishes he'd been there, and Remus can't really blame him. Being locked up in a house, hiding from the entire world, that would weigh on someone, especially someone like James Potter. There's something hanging over them, though, something that hasn't been said, and it makes Remus itch under his collar while he doles out sugar and lemon for tea, while his mam scurries back inside for a little plate of tea cakes and biscuits to bring back out to Da. James has an arm slung around Lily's shoulders, holding her close against his side. Lily's hands worry together in her lap. He's already braced himself for bad news. They don't need to fear telling him.
Malfoy came after me,
he says, staring down into his cup. He remembers divination, wonders what the tea leaves would tell him now.
Last year in the spring.
Rat bastard.
James takes a biscuit from the tray on the table and breaks it in two.
Gid says he's been crying Imperio at the minister.
He's got enough galleons to make that work, I think.
He clears his throat.
The others.
Moody's lot took losses.
James says. He stares thoughtfully at the biscuit in his hand.
Fab Pro too in the end. Gid's a mess.
That, Remus thinks to himself, was not what he meant by the others.
No prongs, I meant
He can't even bring himself to say it, to really ask the question.
Pete, Sirius.
Lily shifts. She cups her bump through her robes and turns her face into James's shoulder. Remus closes his eyes. He doesn't want to see James's face while he says it.
It was Mooney.
He swallows. Remus braces himself for the worst, for whatever turn of fate took Sirius from them.
It was Wormtail. Peter was the spy.
He chokes on air.
What?
It's barely a gasp, barely a noise, but James hears it anyway and nods. Lily's hand tightens around his. Remus distantly notices her white-knuckled grip from even there, across the room from her.
It was Peter.
James repeats.
All that time, all of it. The safe house raids, the ambush on Caradoc, fucking Dorcas. All of it.
He supposes it makes sense in some twisted kind of way, some fucked up, outrageous kind of way. Little Peter, who he loved. Peter, who slept in his cardigan pocket when the weather was cold and the Slytherins were feeling particularly vicious. Little Peter, the most frightened of them all. The world spins again, anti-clockwise, while 1981 rewrites itself in his head. That dark cloud looming over them, infecting every get-together, every night at the pub. Him and Sirius lobbing accusations at each other right before Harry's first birthday, the air heavy and hot around them at Sirius's chipped Formica kitchen table. Little Peter in his ear just the night before, whispering, "You're right, and he can't be trusted, and he's still a black, isn't he?" The way they skirted each other with sharpened claws and snapping teeth until it was all too much, until Dorcas died and they crashed together. He remembers Sirius after, soft and slow in the afterglow, a cigarette between his teeth, and the uncertainty tumbling out of him.
It's not you, it can't be you.
A drag, a soft exhale. And then Sirius asked the question, the one Remus feared answering the most.
What are you doing when you disappear?
Maybe it was the sex. Maybe it was the drink. Maybe it was Dorcas with her empty eyes staring up at the dark mark glittering in the sky above her and her wand, useless, beside her fallen corpse. Or the unmasked horror on Sirius's face when he looked up from crouching over her, his shaking fingers still pressed to the pulse point in her throat. Things Peter didn't count on. Strings he couldn't gently tug to play the notes he wanted. The idea that Peter was pulling strings at all makes him laugh through his sobs. He sounds crazy to his own ears, like a madman whose plans have all come tumbling down. He wonders if that's how Peter felt when he was discovered. He wonders how he was discovered. If he found himself cornered by Moody and Dumbledore. If he wet himself with fear. If he tried to turn into Wormtail and run. If his cowardice was all just a cover, same as his friendship.
Peter,
he asks through his tears.
Wormy.
James moves then, shaken from his own kind of stunned stillness, and he's across the room in a heartbeat with an arm around Remus's shoulder, tugging him close, the way Remus liked to be held after full moons and when he was missing his ma'am the most in the early years of their friendship.
I couldn't believe it either,
James says. His words tumble out of him like he can't hold them in, like he's been waiting years to say this out loud.
His secret. He didn't. And Voldemort was there. In Ireland. We weren't. But the place we had there was. Mum's little cottage, and it's gone, you know. Blown to the sky. Dark mark hanging over it.
He squeezes Remus, and it's such a comfort after so long alone.
Is he?
Alive, dead, in Azkaban, gone into the wind, hidden in some rat's nest in the underground. There's 1,000 possibilities, and Remus hates them all equally. Part of him, some deep, unsettling part of him, thinks it's an injustice they weren't given the chance to end it. He tried, during 81, to shoot to kill. His killing curses always fizzled out, putrid green smoke that did nothing but make a light show. He thinks, if Peter were standing in front of him, he might finally manage it. There'd be a flash of bright emerald, and no trace of a soul left in Peter's sad skin.
Dead,
James says flatly.
He's long dead.
Remus swallows down another half of a broken sob.
I'm so glad you're alive. I'm glad.
James shushes him. Lily presses his teacup into his hands.
I know.
James soothes.
It's all right, Mooney.
But it isn't. This is what's left. The wreckage of what could have been a happier life. He's glad to have James and Lily, glad to see his mam and da return safe and sound from Brazil, glad to see Dung Fletcher, even, in a functioning ministry immigration office in Dover. There's so much that hasn't ended, but it feels like his life has been emptied out and torn up, that the pieces left don't quite fit the way he wants them to. He's stretched thin with grief and relieved of his life's heaviest weights at the same time. He wishes Sirius were here, wishes that he'd been given the chance to tell Sirius how he felt, to say out loud, "I want you more than air, I want you more than anything, and I have for ages," instead of whispering it to the dead like a prayer. He swallows around 1,000 things in his throat and opens his eyes again, spying Lily crouched in front of him with concern in the crease of her eyebrows. He drags his free hand over his face, scrubbing away at the tear tracks, and sucks air through his teeth.
Half of us are dead, and I never even said goodbye.
James pulls back from him, furrowed brows and worried eyes.
Half.
He asks.
Padfoot.
Remus says. It doesn't come out as a wail, but only just.
Padfoot.
James echoes him, voice slow, careful. The confusion on his face deepens.
Padfoot's not dead, Mooney. He's in Italy.
It takes days for the shock to properly wear off. James and Lily leave him for the night, return again the next day with Harry on their heels. Remus meets him anew. It's a strange sort of wonder to see him after all this time. The little lad lived his whole life with a price on his head, and here he is, kneeing James in the bollocks while he scrambles up to sit on his shoulders and shrieking with laughter when James groans. There are lunches and dinners. Gid Pruitt stops by on the evening of the third day with a harried Alistair Moody, who stomps in on his peg leg and gives Lyle what can only be described as the gruffest, most awkward hug Remus has ever witnessed. He forgets sometimes that his parents have lives outside of him, that his died friends at the ministry, that they disappeared too. Even the quiet Welsh countryside became far too dangerous when the Death Eaters were chasing the shadow of their child. For the better part of a week, it's an endless stream of tea and cakes. Order members knock on his door with fireworks in their pockets and grins splitting their faces, because the dark shadow over their lives is gone and the war, the wretched war, is finally over. He sees aurors and unspeakables, healers and ministry wizards in pinstriped robes. There's champagne that someone rustles up one long night by a bonfire. Lyle starts in the restored back garden. Hope kisses his forehead every night when she rises to go to bed. She squeezes his hand every morning, and it's been an age since he's felt properly mothered to death, so he takes it with grace, lets her do her fawning, and even offers before being asked to freeze the photographs when her muggle friends from the village come over. They start with a cuppa in the early afternoon, but it isn't long before they're cracking open a deck of cards for a poker game and switching from tea to brandy like the gossipy miscreants they are. Which is fine. It's all fine. Except the face he wants to see the most never materializes in the stream of guests on his front step. Even Dumbledore appears one day, heralded by a crack that rends the silence and makes the birds fly off from the trees. He greets Remus with a hand on his shoulder and a piercing gaze over the top of his half-moon spectacles, but he's not here for Remus, and he disappears into the back garden with Lyle for a long while.
If he's alive.
Remus asked James one late April day.
Why hasn't he come home?
At that, James's face turned sour, storm clouds gathering in his eyes.
He's told me he's staying in Italy.
Why?
Remus can't think of a reason. Sirius had loved his awful flat that smelled of mildew but was built from pure freedom. He loves James more than he loves breathing, possibly. There's the motorbike, too, to call him home, still stored carefully in James's garden shed under a dozen protective charms. And some piece of him buried deep inside whispers dangerously into his thoughts. There's him, too. He wants to see Sirius, has 1,000 things to say, not the least of them the feelings that have been festering for the better part of a decade, just under his skin. But it's one thing to shout "I loved you" into the desert wind at the soul of a dead man. It's another entirely to look him in his face and say the same. For all his house pride, Remus wonders if he has that kind of courage, if the daring and bravery the Sorting Hat saw inside him that one day extends to life-shattering revelations. He supposes on the Saturday after the world rebuilt itself in an immigration office in Dover that he's about to find out, because James Potter is on his step with a traveling bag and a determined scowl.
Come on,
he says. Remus looks back at his mam in the sitting room, humming as she knits what looks like the start of a hideous winter hat.
You can't be serious.
Remus says. James purses his lips.
He says, I'm bringing the mountain to Muhammad.
James Potter is a man of incredible means. Flea and Mia saw to it that he'd never want for anything, which is how Remus finds himself back at immigration in Dover with a ticket for international flu to Calais and a booking on the noon winged carriage all the way down to Florence. Firenze Magica, the hidden city in the hills, ancient amongst ancient places, older than the dirt under his shoes maybe, a place that's easy to find only if your purpose is good and right, a place that can and has disappeared into the mist. The archaeologist in him, a voice that sounds suspiciously like Milner, wonders what secrets that place holds. But, he thinks, what's buried under the earth and lost memories of some distant past don't matter. Not now, when Firenze holds his most precious thing, hidden amongst its ancient walls and kept safe by secrecy. He thought, all those months ago when they separated on the street outside the Potter's little cottage, that he'd never see Sirius Black again. He'd been spitting fire for months, equal parts exhaustion and anger, teeth and claws bared at anyone who stepped too close. His threat to slit his own throat to keep James safe, that rang in his head for months and months as Remus hid himself first in Gothenburg and then, later, in Istanbul. After that fraught night when Lucius Malfoy blasted the door off his flat and he sent himself headlong out his own bedroom window, he knew that Sirius was dead. Knowing now that he's alive feels both like a disorienting gift from the universe and a mirage built from pure desperation and delusion. He thinks about it while the wind whips by the winged carriage, carrying them above the clouds over France and Switzerland. He thinks about Sirius, vibrant, alive, not bled out under the moonlight, as the carriage sweeps past the craggly snow-capped peaks of the Alps. They land outside of Muggle Florence, in a patch of grass under a blanket of warding charms that make the air feel thick on his tongue. The other passengers have people waiting, families that greet them with open arms and kisses on the cheeks. He and James don't. They've got naught but a man in formal robes, done up to the collar, with his hat at a jaunty little angle on his head. He's got a polite smile plastered on his face, and he stands in front of a horse-drawn carriage.
Signore Potter,
the man says in a rumbling, deep voice. He sweeps one hand toward the open carriage door, bowing his head just a touch. Remus feels, not for the first time, distinctly out of place.
Yes, thank you,
James says as he climbs inside and motions for Remus to follow. He does, because he must, because James is egging him onward. He thinks if he were on his own, he wouldn't have even made it this far. The carriage winds around the outside of Florence, a big Muggle city, hewn in by mountains and hills that roll endlessly into the distance. It is, Remus thinks, beautiful here. The air is sweet and the wind is warm and gentle. The city below them in the valley is an explosion of color, sprawling out against the same green hills they're climbing up and around, until it disappears from view entirely, and the carriage comes to a stop outside a small stone church. James pushes his shoulder.
Come along,
he says. Remus takes a breath, closes his eyes, opens them again, spies the bright reds and blues of a flower garden that claims the front third of the church's garden. There's a man there too, old and gray, with a big straw hat on his head and a plain black robe. He follows James.
Padre Minelli,
James asks as he puts his hand on the gate. The priest turns. Keen eyes, Remus thinks, keener than they should be for a man his age. He watches them for a long, silent moment while the horses behind them whinny and depart, carriage creaking along the packed earth path back the way they came. Remus swallows nervously around a sudden burst of anxiety.
the way is open,
the priest says. Chapter 2 Duo. Then, the first time Sirius is ill is the morning after Gideon Pruitt loses his leg. He chalks it up to that, to worried nightmares of Gid's bloody stump and the way his face was deathly pale in the moonlight behind Malfoy Manor. The whole op was fucked from the start, absolutely buggered by their unknown mole, if Sirius had to guess. It gives him nightmares for weeks that leave him unsettled, sometimes puking into his mint green toilet, sometimes overwhelmed with exhaustion that won't quit no matter how much he tries to sleep it away. He spends a lot of time on his knees on the cracked tiles in his bathroom. He spends as much in bed. Dragging himself to headquarters and back is hard enough. Even Moody notices, giving him smaller and smaller tasks until he's relegated to research with Marlene, a wrinkly old witch who looks down her nose at him for 3 days before she offers friendship through a cuppa spiked with pepper up. The potion helps. He shoots a vial of it every morning like hair of the dog after a bad night out. The nausea waxes and wanes like the moon, and September turns into October. He sees the Order's healer Edgar one night while he's burning the midnight oil on a tricky translation with Marlene, and he pulls him aside to ask if pepper up is addictive, or harmful, or whatever. The look Edgar gives him makes him bristle. Flair's a temper he works especially hard to keep tamped down nowadays. But Edgar says no, and Sirius takes that and runs with it. Then comes late October, and the long hours spent around his kitchen table, the pit of his stomach churning with the danger staring down baby Harry, asleep in his cot down the hall. How James and Lily were themselves marked for death by that fucking megalomaniac. How the only plan was no plan, to hide in the shadows and scatter like cockroaches into the dark. Which he'll do. He's been made redundant in the Order anyway since he's gotten ill. If he dies alone in Athens or Casablanca, what does it matter? More the better, maybe. The secret will die with him. James and his family will be safe. That's one thing he can do, one way he can repay a life debt owed to Euphemia and Fleamont, to honor a decade of unwavering friendship from James, a way to put a bow of heroism on his miserable life. So then there's Fidelius, a midnight race to leave the country to keep James and his family safe. Nothing matters more. Nothing, not even himself. He boards a Muggle train to Dover with a single suitcase and a backpack holding the Potters live in the cottage by the sea in Domburg, safe and sound inside him. He crosses into France the Muggle way by ferry and with spelled documents. A few cleverly placed confunduses ease the way. On the other side of the channel, after he steps off the ferry and back onto solid ground, a small bureau de ministère at the port of Calais is open, light leaking out of the windows and doors even at the crack of dawn. He's been inside 1,000 times as a kid and an adult, happily tossing his passport onto the counter and giving a hearty bonjour to the bored-looking ministry officer assigned there. He skips it today, guilt pinging somewhere inside his head. Not enough for him to stop. There's a man dressed in badly fitted trousers and a bowler hat reading the paper on a bench. He feels ill from the ferry trip across the channel and he's exhausted, but Sirius knows an Auror when he sees one, even a French one, even one play acting as a Muggle. France is cautious with British purebloods at the border, rightfully so given the war at their doorstep. They'd be just as right to detain him for hours, given his last name. He doesn't have hours to stay so close to danger, though, and he certainly can't risk being sent back to Dover. So he shoves his wand hand into the pocket of his riding jacket, fingers curled around his wand, and is eternally grateful to himself that he hadn't shrunk the suitcase he's carrying. He looks Muggle enough to pass by without scrutiny. He needs to get to Paris. The usual way a wizard does is to flew from the Bureau du Ministère straight to Place Cachet. That way's shut, and even if it weren't, he's too close to England still, too close to Death Eaters at every corner, and decides, there on the pavement just outside of the taxi stand, that he's got to do it the Muggle way. That's safest. He overpays for a taxi to the train station with a handful of francs out of his emergency stash that he stuffed in his pocket before he left London. He takes the first train to Paris with the last of cash and curses himself for not thinking ahead. He's got a stash of gold in his backpack, but that means slinking into Place Cachet and finding an exchange. When the first morning train to Paris leaves Calais, he's on it, fidgeting in his seat and glancing over his shoulder every time someone steps into the car. There's no familiar faces in the few other passengers on the train. Not a shifty fucker amongst them, which means he can let his guard down long enough to slump against the window while the countryside flies by. He hates Muggle trains. He wishes he'd thought to shrink his motorbike instead of leaving it with prongs. The choice not to made sense in the moment. It's too recognizable as his, after all. He's itchy on the train, vibrating with nerves every time they stop, afraid that Rabastan Lestrange or Antonin Dolohov would glide through the train car's door, and the last thing he'd see would be a flash of green. But it wouldn't be that easy. No, they'd take him, and he'd wind up in some dungeon somewhere, a wand at his throat and someone violating his thoughts, rifling through his every memory like it's some diary, looking for the one secret that matters but laying them all bare. Sirius won't do it. He won't live through that. He meant it when he said he'd slit his own throat first. It's a depressing train of thought, so he thinks about Peter and Remus instead. They're on their own versions of this same adventure, sent off in the middle of the night with a suitcase of belongings and no plans for returning. He wonders how they're doing, writes letters in his head as the countryside flies by out the window.
Dear Remus,
He thinks,
I hope you're faring better than I am, jumping out of my skin at every noise. Dear Peter, I hope you're brave enough.
and always, words repeating like a heartbeat in his head.
Dear Prongs, I hope I can keep you alive.
Sirius doesn't know if the other two expect to die the way he does, but he does, knows it in his bones. For a long time, his entire world has been so entrenched in death and loss that he didn't notice his own spiral down into nothing. He supposes at a push that the moment he gave in at that grimy, sticky club in Soho and pushed Remus against the wall, that was his own farewell to himself. Dorcas had just died, Voldemort himself appearing under the moonless sky to do the job, and Sirius felt the cool specter of death breathing down the back of his own neck. There wasn't anything left to do but let himself have the one thing he's always wanted, a gift, to know what Remus Lupin felt like inside of him, what he looked like when he came. He'd been holding the candle for a long time, nourishing the little flame with quiet moments and secret grins, but he never once thought that tiny light would get a chance to supernova. But then Remus wouldn't look him in the eye, not after, so he snuffed what was left of that sad little candle out. It's for the better anyway. Sirius doesn't expect to return to his little flat in Camden. He doesn't expect to live long enough for anything to matter. Someone will empty out the small remains of a mostly empty life, bin the clothes and the motorbike magazines, shake their head at his sad collection of pots and pans, wonder about the stack of recipes in Euphemia Potter's neat writing, in his kitschy paisley print organizer next to the fridge. He wonders who's going to write his obituary, if it'll sound nice.
Sirius Black.
He thinks, stomach roiling from the swaying of the train and the tumult in his head.
Survived by no one.
His paranoia keeps him in Paris overnight, watching out the window of his rented room with his wand at the ready, watching the shadows for Death Eaters and the sky for a dark mark. In the morning, he shoots a vial of pepper up, glamours himself head to toe, and catches the midday Southern Sorcerer line toward the coast, toward Creek Merlin, which isn't safe by any means, but any distance from British soil is a step further from Death Eaters. He doesn't have much fear, dying for something that's in his very bones, but now he's alone, settling into his sleeper car for a kip, still under his glamours with his wand stuffed under his pillow, and he feels something like terror winding into his tired, racing thoughts, because for the first time in his life, he's alone. There's something familiar in the very air when he hops off the train at Creek Merlin. The sea air is almost soothing against the constant vague feeling of nausea he's been battling against for weeks. But there's more than that. Magic in the air, the faint sizzle that settles over magical communities. He breathes it deep while he sits on a bench on the platform, letting himself ride out the strange, almost seasick sensation the train left him with. He's been here before as a child, though that was with Alfred in his sprawling Baroque nightmare of a townhouse in the center of town. It's going dark when he arrives, but the streets are the same worn cobbles, the buildings still a rainbow explosion of color. It's the off-season for a seaside town, and he's grateful for it. There's no raucous parties in the pubs and restaurants, no drunkards spilling into the street shouting Quidditch fight songs at the top of their lungs. Instead, the streets are almost empty, only a few lonely locals spilling out of the greengrocer across the road from the train station. As he sits there watching the high street, he finds himself suddenly back in time, 14, and ecstatically happy to be free of Walburga and Orion in this quaint little seaside town with his uncle for 2 full weeks. He lets himself feel it while his stomach settles, while he finds his shore legs again. It's bittersweet to remember what hope felt like, if only for a moment. There's an inn, he faintly remembers, as he ducks down an alley and heads towards the waterfront. Alfred took him to lunch there once, after a day on the beach. Run down, not a place befitting the likes of the Blacks, but the proprietor was a friendly, boisterous wizard who knew Alfred by name and gave Sirius a wink when he gave him a double serving of pudding. Sirius finds the golden unicorn without having to look too hard. The innkeeper is the same dark-haired wizard he remembers, Renatus, and he takes Sirius's gold and doesn't ask for a name. Even with his charmed blonde hair and a glamour on his face, Sirius worries, somehow, that Renatus will recognize Alfred's little nephew standing in front of him, but he hands him a key without comment. Sirius's hand might twitch towards his wand, but he can't wander around the south of France casting memory charms on everyone he meets. He's not staying long anyway, less than a week. He's still too close. To England, to himself, it doesn't matter which. He runs out of pepper-up potion 5 days later on the Continental Conjurer from Creek Merlin to Sightwarts. He thought he had more still tucked in his bag when he boarded, but the only vials in there are empty. He would have stopped at the potion shop if he'd known, but it hardly matters now. In the middle of a 2-day train ride, he sleeps through the long stop in Avignon and wakes up somewhere outside Valence with a rolling stomach and a headache that won't quit. Every jolt of the train on the tracks makes his stomach churn more, leaving him aching and miserably awake for most of the long, slow night ride through the French countryside, with nothing but his racing thoughts. He misses James. He hopes Peter's safe somewhere. Absurdly, he misses Remus, who wasn't really speaking to him when he left. He makes his way down the restaurant car in the morning, blinking exhaustion out of his eyes. The smell of eggs sets his stomach off in a bad way, so he flees back to his compartment with a piece of toast wrapped in a napkin and a paper cup of ginger tea. There's first aid on board, but he doesn't want to run the length of the train and bring attention to himself, not during the day, while the rest of the passengers are stretching their legs and wandering the halls. Paranoia's no way to live, but it's what he's got right now. He's running on fumes, fueled by a few meager hours of ruined sleep and hypervigilance that would make even Moody proud. He spends the mid-morning with his head in the toilet in his sleeper car and his wand in his hand, fearing the worst if someone were to open the door. The train stops in Sightwarts just after lunch. Sirius meant to switch trains, to catch a ride to Belgrade on the Yugoslavian line and be seen swanning around the Wizarding District before taking off back up to Vienna to properly hide out, at least for a while. But he needs more pepper up, and he isn't getting better. He's worried now, afraid there's genuinely something wrong with him. It's been weeks, and he just seems to be getting worse every day. He's irritable and bloated, alternatingly ravenous and nauseous at the thought of eating anything at all. The fatigue's the most worrying. He's always been an endless font of energy, but now he's run down, being propped up by potions, and distracted, which is dangerous when he needs to be looking over his shoulder at every turn. So he turns left instead of right in the train station, tucking his bag under his armpit and making for the exit instead of platform 3. The Alps loom in the distance, large and breathtaking even on a cloud-covered day, maybe more so since the peaks are vaulted up into the storm clouds in the distance. Sightwarts is a sight to behold on its own, shorter and squatter than Diagon Alley, but wider, with crisscrossing streets, filled with shops and cafes, loud with the sounds of a proper city, especially now, in the lunchtime rush of people scurrying from bistro to cafe and from shop to shop. It's a far cry from Creek Merlin, with its sleepy little cottages and the sound of the sea. There's a glimmering white Gringotts branch at the dead end of one lane, and he weighs his options. He could use more gold, and the goblins are circumspect enough, but if he were the enemy, he'd have eyes on the banks. Not that there's Death Eaters stalking the streets in Sightwarts. No, the late afternoon crowd is mostly tourists, dressed for the early winter. Sightwarts always seems to get. There's a group of witches in thick woolen robes sat outside a little bistro, none of whom are Electo Caro or Bellatrix Lestrange. 4 wizards in snow gear hauling skis over their shoulders pass him, laughing. There's an ache in his chest. It comes on suddenly, makes him pull off to the side and lean against the brick facade of a shuttered restaurant with his hand over his face. Mooney told him a story once, a theory the Muggles have, about infinite versions of reality just out of reach. Every choice leads to a different path, branching out like a thick, towering tree, stretching into infinity. He wonders then if there's a version of him that's happy, somewhere out there. If there's some universe where he's hurrying down the road with Prongs and the lads, haranguing them about a ski trip, rather than trying his hardest not to be seen on this hunt for a healer to see if he's dying. Maybe Voldemort tripped over a stone as a child, fell into a fucking well, and drowned. Maybe he was never born, the war never happened, another prophecy of a different kind of fall came and went. There's a million different choices, a million different ways he mightn't be standing here, swallowing thickly around a lump in his throat and wishing his governess taught him German instead of Latin, because he might be slowly dying in the middle of Switzerland, and he's not sure how he's supposed to explain any of it to a healer. He wishes.
If wishes were galleons,
he thinks, dodging out of the way of a hag carrying a large leather case as he weaves back into the daybreak traffic in the lane. She hisses something in German at him. He mightn't know the language, but he's serviceable enough to recognize the insult. The clinic in Saitwarts is tucked away in a corner between an apothecary and a cauldron shop. It's unassuming, an old brick building that's only 2 floors, though it's bigger on the inside, a fact that can't be missed when he pushes open the door. It's a quiet morning in the clinic, nothing like the frantic hustle of St. Mungo's, and he's almost grateful for it. There's a lone witch in the waiting room, too busy talking to her toad to give him the time of day. He's seen right away by an English-speaking healer in a small privacy cubicle and lists his symptoms with growing dread at the look on her face.
And it's been since September,
she asks. He nods, flinches when she pulls out her wand. Reining in his reflexes to duck and hide is hard, but there's probably no danger here. She hums, quiet, thoughtful, while she reads over the parchment he filled out at the welcome desk.
You could be cursed,
she says, gives him a long, searching look.
I've seen it before in other Englishmen since your war started.
She flicks her wand. There's a long series of diagnostics. Things Sirius knows are going to come back with nothing. He's already checked himself for curses a dozen times. The chunk of bezoar he choked down last month would have cleared him from almost any poison. He thought, for a while in September when he couldn't keep anything down, that maybe his dear old mum had finally worked out how to set a magical blight on him from afar. While she hums and checks the notes appearing in neat print on her parchment, he shifts uncomfortably on the examination table. He swings his feet. He huffs, just a little. The silence is getting to him, and so is the way her lips twist into a confused little grimace.
Really?
He says after the silence becomes too much for him to handle.
I could just take some pepper up.
She flicks her gaze from the parchment back to him.
I wouldn't advise that,
she says. Some muttered German under her breath that Sirius doesn't understand leaves him alarmed, but not as alarmed as he gets when she frowns, glances up at him, and excuses herself. He counts potions vials on the back counter of the cubicle to pass the time and staunch the nervous energy that's threatening to send him running out into the mid-morning sun and all the way to Yugoslavia. He thinks about the next leg of his escape to safer pastures, wonders if the cigar lounge Orion took him to in '73 is still there. It's a decent place to be seen by the right sort of people, the kind who might get news back to England that Sirius Black is on the continent. The healer comes back before he manages to sort out what his plan is after Belgrade. Vienna's his instinct. There's very little magic in Vienna, which is good for hiding, but bad for staying close to information. She clears her throat, and he looks up from inspecting the backs of his hands. There's another healer with her, a wisp of a woman who's at least 50% teased out blonde hair. It's that woman, the blonde, who takes the seat in front of him. She gives him an empathetic smile that sets alarm bells ringing in his head.
Hello, I'm healer Verena. Sina called for me because I'm a specialist.
She still has that same smile plastered on her face, and Sirius hates it. It terrifies him.
What's the matter with me?
He asks, looking between the two of them.
Am I cursed?
Healer Verena shakes her head.
No, you aren't cursed. I'm not a curse breaker. I deal with rare afflictions and conditions.
He swallows. Maybe his dear old mum had managed a blood blight.
Magical quirks, you might say.
She continues.
Metamorph magi, recessive Vela genes, that sort of thing.
So not a blood blight or a curse?
She shakes her head.
Decidedly not. Your symptoms, the nausea, extreme fatigue, loss of concentration, left healer Sina with a hypothesis, and based on your diagnostic charm results, she's right.
Well, I'm not a part Vela.
Sirius knows very few things with absolute certainty, but his own pedigree is one of them.
No, definitely not. What you are is pregnant.
That stuns him into still silence.
What?
He manages to choke out around the rising panic and hysteria that's building like pressure in his chest.
That can't be right.
Verena shakes her head.
I'm certain of it,
she says.
I haven't got the bits.
Sirius's voice is almost shrill, but he feels weirdly detached. His thoughts are racing, and yeah, now that he's thinking about it, everything he's been going through is a strange funhouse mirror to Lily's pregnancy. The nausea, the exhaustion, the way he feels stretched so thin without doing much of anything, the way he'd been snapping to anger like his already short fuse was a millimeter long.
It's quite possible, I assure you.
She says, her voice and her expression both soften.
It's uncommon, but not unheard of. Without potions and charms to assist, some wizards have the capability.
So he's incredibly, indescribably unlucky. He covers his face with his hands. The light in the room is too much. Tears are burning at his eyes, but he sucks in a deep breath through his clenched teeth and tries his best to steel himself. Of course his cursed fucking lineage has found a way to throw another wrench in his life. He doesn't break. Not when Verena casts a diagnostic charm that puffs golden smoke into the air. Not when she plies him pamphlets and promises. Not while she tells him that it's worse on the whole for wizards, whose bodies are working twice as hard to maintain all the bits he needs. She refers him to a midwife. He doesn't tell her he's not going. He doesn't think he has to. He can see it in her eyes that she knows he isn't staying. So he leaves with a collection of tiny clinking vials, shrunk down and hidden in his pocket. Anti-nausea potions, bright white and sparkling, forest green prenatal supplements, a handful of wakefulness draughts, just in case. He makes it as far as the tea shop on the corner. The numb, empty feeling that filled his chest and flooded his veins could only last so long after all. So he slips inside, buys a cuppa, and hides himself in the back corner, under shadow, to weep. It's Mooney's. Of course it's Mooney's. There hadn't been anyone since and no one before that. Not for a long stretch of while, back and back to those long and hot nights after they first left Hogwarts, when his flat was so new his kitchen table wasn't yet chipped, his bed was barely slept in. So this, the life growing inside him, that could only be Mooney's. There's only so much a man can take before he's got to hide his face behind a curtain of charmed blonde hair and have a private little weep into his takeaway cup. Because of course this is how this happens. It can't be like in his teenage dreams of a happy home with a whole pile of sprogs, baking pies and tarts and things while Remus teaches them about Muggle poetry, or whatever nonsense he's on that week. It can't be like his stranger, yet adultish thoughts of Remus in his flat, in his bed, twined up in his life so completely there's no better Friday night than the two of them playing chess on a cold winter's evening while the fireplace crackles and a cat whines between his feet. No, of course not. Instead it's this. Him in some strange place, 1,000 miles away from wherever Remus landed, both of them running for their lives and hiding in the shadows while Sirius grows a miracle inside him. They're both gonna die, him first, and their progeny with him. And that's why he weeps. Because of course he's gotten some rotten version of what he spent years longing after, but it's a bitter pill lodged in his throat. Of course it's now, when he's gone and sentenced himself first to exile and then to death. That, inconveniently, is when the panic sets in. His hands shake. His breathing goes all funny in his throat. There's tingling in his lips that's not from potions or remedies but sheer fear, and he tucks himself tighter into the corner he sat in, further out of the dim light. No one pays him any attention. It's the beauty of a tourist town. He's thankful for it, somewhere in the fuzzy back of his mind. He's allowed to sit and weep, to think about what was and what could have been, what is and never will be. His tea's gone cold by the time he remembers how to breathe properly. The tears have mostly stopped, just a few left leaking out of the corner of his eyes, track down his cheeks and fall off his chin as he mops his napkin over his glamoured face. He dares to slip one of the pamphlets out of his pocket and onto the table. Expecting the unexpected, it proclaims, there on the front of the parchment trifold, there's a smiling wizard on the front of it, hugely pregnant, hand resting on top of the bump in his robes. Sirius pulls a long, shaky breath into his lungs, flips open the pamphlet, and starts to read. He's got time, now, hours until the next train to Yugoslavia leaves, and he's not sure that's going to be his next stop anyhow. Not anymore. Now that he's carrying something inside him that's equally as precious as the Potters live in the cottage by the sea in Domburg, running headfirst into danger, waiting for death to find him and take him back to the stars, that isn't the way forward. There's other places made hard to find and easy to hide away inside. Ancient wards where wizards have long gone to find safety and sanctuary. None of them are perfect, but there's the Pharaoh's Heart in Alexandria, Old Constantine in Istanbul, the Cradle in Bethlehem. He pauses, fingers still on the parchment, pointer finger on a bullet reminding him to avoid eating a variety of things he loves to eat, and bites down on his lip. Firenze. Orion took him to Firenze a lifetime ago. They stayed at some ostentatious hotel with a butler for the suite and an elf at their beck and call. He spent the whole trip bored, pretending to be interested in whatever Orion was prattling on about. Wine, probably, knowing him and his ability to make even something interesting and forbidden to a child a torturous slog. But there were things he did remember, things that interested him. The ancient standing stones, the way old wizards protected their settlement from the Romans even then, with nothing but blood magic and sheer will, scary stories to a 10-year-old who sat at the edge of his seat and ate it all from the palm of his minder's hand. But he remembers, even now, that little stone church, the one way inside to the place that can't be seen. The secret city, not 300 miles away, close enough, safe enough. And if it wasn't, if even that old place couldn't keep him hidden, there were half a dozen others to run to. The bell over the door jingling rouses him out of his thoughts, and he looks up as a black-cloaked man enters the room. He feels it before he sees his face, instinct from a lifetime at Walburga's knees, the ooze of dark magic that makes the back of his eyes itch and his nose twitch. The tip of an ink-black wand under his sleeve is enough to send Sirius sliding back out of the light, even though he's glamored to his eyeballs. The man turns. Black eyes set deep into a sallow face sweep across the room, and Sirius has to bite back 1,000 curses. Merlin be damned, Severus Snape with his thin-lipped scowl stands 10 feet away from him. He barely remembers to breathe, his own wand clutched in his palm under the table. There's no use getting into a firefight. There's no use drawing attention to himself. He's half in the dark and blonde to boot. He doesn't look like anyone important, just a sad man in the corner with a cup of tea and a medical pamphlet open in front of him. That doesn't stop the old bone-deep urge to kick up a fuss, to whip his wand out and curse Snape back to whatever pit of hell spat him out. But he doesn't. He does nothing for maybe the first time in his life, even if he does take a private moment to gloat to himself, to the James and Remus and Peter in his head that he was right, damn it. That, of course, Snape found himself licking the boots of that fucking psychopath who called himself a lord. How they tracked him at least this far, he wants to know, because he hadn't been trying to be found, not yet, and now that was not at all, and he wants to hex Severus Snape's nose clean off his face for the high crime of existing and being an evil git. But he breathes, tries to take an unbothered-looking sip of his ice-cold tea, and thinks of the baby he's carrying. Petty revenge won't keep them safe, and he doesn't think he can bear to lose this little unexpected gift the universe foisted on him now that he knows he has it. So he waits, mind kept pleasantly blank and eyes kept firmly to himself, until Snape swirls around and stalks back out the door. He's got to get out of here. He's got to get to Firenze. Firenze Magica is the remnants of an ancient Roman-walled city, hidden from muggles and accessed only through the basement of a haggard, crumbling church. Padre Manelli is the caretaker, an equally haggard, crumbling man who's been minding the church grounds around the entryway for half a century. He's in the churchyard when Sirius approaches, and Sirius recognizes him, remembers him from a lifetime ago when he came on holiday, a sullen preteen dragged across Europe under threat of an eternal grounding. It's almost funny how he's retread so much of his childhood since that panicked night in his Camden flat, the inn in Creek Merlin, the little cafe in Switzerland, where he cried once as a child and again as an adult. At least this time he had the self-respect to have a quiet weep. He thinks he might have another here once he finds a place to settle. He's exhausted from running. He needs to sleep.
Ciao,
he calls as he passes through the gate. Padre Manelli looks up from his flowers, keen eyes watching Sirius as he makes his way down the path.
Hello,
he calls back in a deep, accented voice.
The way's open.
Sirius leaves a sickle in the little woven basket by the door. Firenze Magica sprawls out in front of him, an explosion of colorful buildings and wide, cobbled streets. There's children laughing. Merlin, how long has it been since he heard children laughing in Diagon Alley and darting to and fro across the street? He lets the sun beat on his face for a long moment, standing there just through the doorway, but his instincts drive him forward, to find a place to bed down and hide. He hasn't let himself think, not since Switzerland, and he feels the nervous breakdown edging onto the horizon in his mind. What he wants is a pint or a tumbler of whiskey, but he can't have either. He needs an inn so he can fall apart alone, behind a wall of silencing charms. There's Il Drago Rosso not far off on his left. He remembers it from before, with an ornate marble dragon fountain in the lobby, and a dry, drab man behind the welcome desk who spoke perfect English and called him Master Black. That isn't safe. Anyone who knows Walburga and Orion aren't safe. Not for him and the little light he's carrying inside him. It's strange how quickly priorities change. He'd still die for James, he doesn't doubt that. But given the option, he'd prefer to not, to make it through to the other side, whatever that is. So he passes by the bright green door to Il Drago Rosso and continues deeper into Firenze, down the cobbles, passing by a bakery and a butcher, past a Quidditch shop with a sun-bleached Italian World Cup kit in the window. There's a tall, narrow, red brick building on the corner by an apothecary with a faded blue door and a sign above it, declaring it Mago Errante, Locanda e Ristorante, and Sirius heaves a sigh of relief as he makes for the door. The lobby's cozy inside, dark wood and thick pile carpet under his boots that's a welcome relief on his tired legs from the cobbles outside. Sirius hopes there's a room here, in this place. The proprietor is behind a desk with his eyes closed, feet kicked up, and the wireless on a Quidditch game. Sirius doesn't know enough Italian to do more than ask for basic directions, but he could sort out a Quidditch match in any language. He's a younger man, older than Sirius but still with a youthful air to him. Maybe late 30s. There's just a few strands of gray sprinkled in his hair. He reminds Sirius of James a little, and Remus too. He's got neatly patched elbows in his robes that make him sick with how much he misses Remus. But Sirius has been seeing his friends in every face he sees, so he pushes that down with everything else he's shoved into the dark corners of his mind and steps up to the counter.
Buongiorno,
Sirius says, and the man startles, boots clattering to the floor with a thunk, and he almost goes over out of the chair.
Buongiorno.
He gasps back.
Mi hai spaventato.
Sirius clears his throat, sheepish.
Sorry, mate. Parli la lingua inglese.
The man's eyes light up. There's mischief in him, right down to his soul. Sirius can see that clear as day.
English,
he says. He's got a thick accent, but he's fluent, a far cry better than Sirius's muddled attempts to summon his rusted-over Italian.
Hello? Yes, you need a room? For how many nights?
Now that, Sirius thinks, is a loaded question. He considers the gold he has in his coin purse. He weighs that against the rest of his life, or at least 7 more months. There's a Gringotts branch in Roma, he knows that. The goblins are circumspect and wouldn't send up whispers that Sirius Black is in Italy. But that's tomorrow's problem. Tonight, he needs to sleep. He needs to hide away in relative safety and lick his wounds.
A week to start,
he says.
Good.
The man glances down at a piece of parchment on his desk and then looks up at the wall of little keys behind him.
Room 12.
He says, plucking a key off the wall.
Your name for the book.
Sirius hesitates, but this is Firenze, a place filled with secret keepers who give shelter to the worthy. If he's safe anywhere, it's here.
Sirius Black,
he says.
Good to meet you, Sirio.
Sirius doesn't correct him, just gives him a tight smile when he looks up from where he's scribbled in nearly illegible print, Sirius's name next to a little 12.
I am Tazio,
he says.
Please, if you need anything, ring the bell in your room. I keep the inn with my wife.
He motions towards a wide doorway off to the side. Sirius peers in to see a dark-haired wonder of a woman, humming as she cleans the rest of the dining room with broad strokes of her wand. She's got a baby wrapped up against her chest. The sight of it makes Sirius ache, a hand reflexively going for his abdomen, but he stops and looks back up at Tazio.
Natalia,
he says, looking every inch as lovesick as James Potter on his worst day.
My amore, she sets breakfast at 7 and dinner at 8 in the evening.
The thought of food makes Sirius a little queasy, but he nods politely and takes the key from Tazio, waves him off when he scurries around the desk to ask if Sirius needs help with his bags, and takes the stairs up to room 12. He stays in his room for the better part of 3 days. It's easy, once he's under the duvet, with the curtains drawn over the single window across the room. He feels safe in Tazio's little in-house, feels the curl of protective magic winding around him and everything in the room. He lets himself weep quietly into his pillow, and there's so much to cry for. He's lost Remus and Peter, left James and Lily behind in maybe Domburg, His flat is probably gone, or it will be soon enough, blasted to pieces by Death Eaters or cleared out by his ancient landlady. The dark cloud of war is 1,000 miles away, but it still feels so close, biting at his heels. And there's his little light, the tiny spark of life inside him that's the size of a lemon, but feels huge in his head. He's never had a reason to want to run and hide from death, not since he threw himself head first into fighting against Voldemort. But he needs to live now, to keep this precious thing safe. This little part of him, part of Remus too. Someone, the innkeeper, maybe, keeps sending up pots of steaming tea and baskets filled with pastries. There's dinner every night, conjured on the little table by the door. It smells divine enough that Sirius eats it, taking small bites between fits of crying.
It's harder for men,
the healer had said. And Sirius knows that firsthand, with the still lingering illness and the frightening, endless exhaustion. His body's working double time to do something it isn't strictly meant to do. It is, he reminds himself more than once. His body is meant to do this. He's the unlucky one in 1,000. In the mornings, after he washes up, but before he crawls back into bed again, he stands in front of the little mirror in his room, scrutinizing himself from every angle, gently prodding at the little swell in his stomach that he blamed on being bloated, being sedentary, eating rubbish takeaway for every meal he could keep down. He emerges from his self-imposed isolation on the 4th day. The innkeeper Tazio, he dimly recalls, gives him a wave as he crosses the little lobby and heads out into the village for the first time since he arrived. The sun on his face is clarifying, healing in a strange kind of way, which starts him on a string of daily walks, wandering along the bustling main roads and down the twisting, closed-in alleys between buildings. There's a small olive grove near the south end of the old Roman wall, and Sirius spends the better part of a week winding through the olive trees with his hands stuffed in the pockets of his robes, doing nothing but thinking. He sees Tazio's wife out in the grove. She's got her littlest one wrapped against her chest, and 2 others running wild in front of her. She waves at him from where she's sitting on a stone bench between 2 trees, and it's pure niceties, the things that were ground into his head from before he could even spell his own name, that he stops to say hello.
Buongiorno,
he says, dodging out of the way of a happy toddler brandishing a stick like a wand in the general direction of his sister.
Buongiorno. You're staying at the inn, yes?
She doesn't wait for Sirius to answer before plowing on.
Beautiful day outside. It's good that you're up and about. My husband was beginning to spin tales of you as a recluse or a wanted man.
I was tired from my travels.
He doesn't know why he feels like he needs to excuse himself to her. He should be worried that someone is paying attention to his comings and goings, but when he prods at the protective places inside himself, he finds that he doesn't. Maybe he's just lonely and desperate to speak to someone. Maybe it was the innkeeper's kind brown eyes when he handed Sirius a key with no questions. She nods at him.
Tazio said to me that you seem tired. Have you enjoyed the room?
There's a glint of something in her eye.
And my food.
It's all been lovely.
And that isn't a lie. She watches him, contemplative, for a long beat of silence.
My name is Natalia, and this,
she says, smoothing her hand over the bright orange wrap swaddling the baby against her,
is Gianna.
Sirius.
He holds out a hand to her, and she shakes it, watching him carefully, considering something.
Come sit, Sirio.
She pats the bench next to her when he drops her hand.
I'll tell you the best-kept secrets in Firenze.
Natalia notices first, not even a full week after their afternoon in the olive grove. Sirius doesn't know how. He isn't showing through his robes. He's sure of that. He scrutinizes himself every morning in the mirror after taking a capful of the prenatal potion the healer in Sightworks gave him, looking for any little change, and then he does it again once he's dressed. But Natalia notices anyway. She brings him a bowl of ribollita that smells divine and sits down hard on the bench seat across from him in their little dining room. She's quiet while he eats, watching him watch her.
You're pregnant?
She says so matter-of-fact it gobsmacks him. He drops his spoon into the bowl.
I'm
pregnant?
She insists.
Un mago dei miracoli, I don't know the English.
Unlucky.
Sirius mutters darkly, but his hand goes to the little bump hiding under his robes.
3 months, more or less.
It's more. He knows the precise day and time. Every second of it is burned into his memory. She hums, fingers drumming on the tabletop.
Is this what you're running from?
A laugh forces its way out of his throat. He stirs the ribollita, trying to choose his words as carefully as he can. He likes it in Firenze. He doesn't want to have to move on, not yet. He needs time to center himself, figure out what he's supposed to do. And he can't do that running across Europe with a target on his back and a child, his own child, growing inside him.
I'm English,
he says.
There's plenty to run from that isn't this.
She tilts her head.
This Voldemort creature.
Not a creature, just a man, same as any other.
Sirius sighs and shakes his head to clear his thoughts.
I have cousins, supporters of his. It wasn't safe for me anymore.
He sounds like a coward. His fucking teeth itch from the lie. But the less Natalia and Tazio know, the safer they are. The less people know about him, the safer the Potters are. And he didn't choose Firenze on a whim. There's protections over the place, standing stones buried in the walls, placed by Stregoni thousands of years ago, that offered protection from outside forces. Firenze Magica had only one way in, and anti-apparition charms that only worked to keep people out. That was why Sirius came here, and why he wants to stay. If he could have a cup of wine, he'd raise a toast to Orion for teaching him that all those years ago, Merlin damn his soul. But he can't have a cup of wine, not in the state he's in.
So you come here,
She says.
and the other man, have you told him?
Sirius tries very hard not to flinch.
He's no one.
He lies. She gives him a long, searching look. He shifts, uncomfortable under her gaze, and looks away from her, down into his bowl. Suddenly, the chair is too hard, and staying still, staying there, is too much. But she lets the lie hang between them, and doesn't call him out, doesn't heave a long-suffering sigh, and call him an idiota, which would be well-earned, he thinks, if he were doing anything on purpose. Mooney's in the wind, too, gone to some other part unknown. He was given explicit instructions not to find him or Pete, and it isn't worth the risk to any of them to try. Not even for this. He intended to hide away until the Dark Lord's gaze looked past little Harry, or he died bloody in some ruin of a house, probably under Bellatrix's wand, with her screaming laugh as the last thing he heard. But this little life inside him changes things. She brings light back into the dark places, gives him a reason to keep himself safe. This little miracle of his, reigniting the snuffed-out candle in his chest, fueling it, giving him hope. She ducks her head into his line of vision and offers him a small, sad smile.
You're safe here.
She says,
Eat, and after I will take you to see my obstetrica.
Aye.
She arches an eyebrow, daring him to question her, which he might if he didn't think she'd drag him to the healer by the ear. So he takes a deep breath and presses his palm against the small swell hiding under his robes one more time before he squares his shoulders and finally really looks at her.
Do you treat all your boarders like this?
Natalia laughs and pats his hand before she heaves herself to her feet.
No,
She says,
only the lost ones.
One afternoon with Natalia turns into another and another until it's been 3 weeks since Sirius came to Firenze Magica, since he took up a little room in the corner of their inn and found himself being taken in with open arms by 2 strangers. James and Lily will like them, he thinks to himself, one afternoon while he's watching over Natalia's eldest, Stefano, while he hunts for pixies in the back garden of Mago Errante. The thought alone is enough to give him pause. He hasn't dared to hope about the future in ages, not since he left Godric's Hollow a month ago. He helps Stefano step up onto the low stone wall that separates the back garden from the small vineyard behind it, while he thinks about the mirror tucked into his suitcase upstairs, bundled away from everyone, even himself. He thought about leaving it behind, all those weeks ago, considered slipping it into James's pocket on his way out the door. He didn't want a window to James, not one that a Death Eater might exploit if they found it. Sirius feels safe here, though. Tadzio and Natalia are warm, happy hosts, but both of them promise the utmost discretion to him. Firenze Magica has enchantments to keep its inhabitants protected, the sort that wouldn't stop someone from throwing a killing curse, but would make it hard for them to find their way to the door in Padre Manelli's church. Part of him hasn't gone for the mirror because he doesn't know what to say. The other part of him doesn't want to risk Prong's not answering, because if he doesn't have the secret and one of the others has betrayed him, it's unthinkable, so he doesn't think. This was their plan. There were contingencies, certainly. Portkeys maybe to go from one place to another. Otherwise, what's the point of 3 secrets? When Stephanos had his fill of pixie hunting, and Sirius finds himself back in his room with nothing but time, he goes to his suitcase and carefully unwraps the mirror. He sits hard on his bed with it in his hands, and wonders if James tried to call him at all in the last month, if he's been the one that failed to answer. That wouldn't do. Even if he doesn't know what to say, how to explain what's happened to him since he left England, since before, if he's honest, and he must be, especially with himself, it'll be nice to see James's face. Maybe to see Harry and Lily too. He can't imagine they're far.
James?
He dares to say aloud and his reflection disappears. It's dark wherever the mirror is, and silent. The silence stretches on for a long while. Maybe James didn't bring his mirror to wherever they are. Maybe he's on the bog. Maybe he's dead. Blank eyes open under broken glasses.
Padfoot.
James's face comes into the frame. He looks equal parts worried and exhausted. Sirius can commiserate.
Thank fuck.
Sirius gasps out. James laughs. It's a strung-out, wretched sound.
Yeah, mate, fuck you very much for not answering for a month.
He mutters out an apology around the lump in his throat. He didn't know it would feel so nice to see him, to have a touchstone back to his old life, to remember why he is here, so far away from home, hiding amongst the Roman standing stones and clutching onto the last strings of his own sanity most days.
You're safe,
he asks.
Lils and Harry.
As houses.
James answers. He frowns.
You look like shite. Are you safe?
He nods, swallows the words bubbling up in his throat, takes in the drawn pallor of James's face and the dark circles under his eyes, and wishes again for some twist of fate that would rewrite the universe, put the weight of prophecy on someone more equipped than his 16-month-old godson. Maybe selfishly, someone he doesn't know.
I'm alive, safe enough.
Sirius closes his eyes and takes in a deep, shaking breath.
I saw Snape a few weeks ago in Switzerland. Haven't seen a familiar face since, but I've gone to ground where I don't think anyone would think to look.
That's good. That's all I wanted you to do.
And it was, really. Sirius wanted to stay, to keep toiling at whatever middling paperwork the order gave him until his stomach cleared up or he died, whichever came first, and then jump back into the field. He was willing to die for James, would have happily done it to himself right there in James's kitchen to make sure James could stay safe and alive, but James insisted he leave, demanded it of him, made him swear a blood oath and promise on James's life that he'd do his best to survive this. He's glad now. It's hard for him to find the words around the guilt lodged in his throat.
I miss you,
he says, because it's better than the alternative. Truth-telling's never been a problem between him and James. Not ever. Secrets were things they kept from other people, and it is the truth. This would all be immeasurably easier with James there to prop him up when he found himself bursting into sudden tears and vacillating between a deep valley of depression and murderous rage.
What's going on with you?
James asks.
You look like you're about to burst into tears, or flames, or something.
Sirius tries to unscrew his face, but it's impossible. The weight of everything on his shoulders, and finally hearing James's voice after a fucking month of isolation, is sure something. He presses his hand against the little swell in his stomach and tries to find the words, tries to find anything to say, but he has to swallow thickly 5 or 10 times before he can even manage to get 4. I'm out of his throat.
You're what?
James is alarmed now, all big eyes and an even paler face.
Oh, fuck. You said you were safe.
I'm safe.
He laughs, sort of half maniacal and high-pitched.
Or I suppose. No, I'm safe,
Just what, Padfoot?
He sucks air in through his teeth and tries to steady the dizzy, awful feeling in his head. If he weren't lying down, he thinks he might have swayed on his feet. He wants to tell him, but then there'll be questions. Too many who's and how's that'll turn Sirius into a liar.
I went to a healer in Switzerland about my, how sick I've been.
James's frown deepens.
Thought you were looking up.
I was running on pepper up and nerves.
Sirius admits. He can't bear to look at the mirror now, not really. He doesn't want to see James's disappointed face. It's enough that he hears the annoyed huff.
And it wasn't just a stomach bug or Gid's leg or whatever you've been blaming. Is it curable?
Afraid not.
Sirius mutters.
It's unbelievable, actually. And if it weren't happening before my eyes, I would call myself a liar.
Padfoot.
I'm fucking pregnant, Prongs.
It tumbles out of him, bright and loud, and it's the first time he's actually had to say it out loud to someone. James goes silent in the mirror.
What?
Sirius laughs again. There's tears on his face. He isn't sure where those came from, but he leaves them there, tracking down his cheeks and onto his chin.
You heard me.
But last I checked, you definitely didn't have the equipment.
Apparently I do.
He grips the mirror harder in shaking fingers. No need to give prongs motion sickness.
1 in 1,000 wizards, according to the healer.
How far along are you?
There's a beat of silence, and then James carries on.
Fuck, that's why you've been ill.
10 points to Gryffindor.
The tears are still falling down his face. He feels vaguely ill now, but it's a different new flavor, a sort of nausea brought on by relief rather than the little tadpole growing inside him. He bites down on a hysterical laugh, thinking not a tadpole, more of a puppy.
4 months, more or less.
James hums thoughtfully. He doesn't ask the questions Sirius thought he'd ask. He doesn't say anything, just watches Sirius with wide open eyes and a strange look on his face that makes Sirius twitchy and nervous.
Where are you?
James asks finally. Sirius shakes his head.
Not telling you that. Not risking you showing up and getting yourself killed in the process.
James flares his nostrils, bites down on his lip, is quiet in a way Prongs is never quiet for a long stretch of time.
Don't do anything stupid.
It's a demand, it's a threat.
If you do, I'll find you, and I'll drag you out of hell to shout at you.
I won't,
Sirius says.
And that's my god kid you're carting around.
James carries on, still sounding vaguely threatening, frankly, for the topic.
Or it better be. And I want to meet them when this is over. Teach them to fly. Fill their pockets with ice mice and peppermint pixies.
I hope so.
I know so.
James purses his lips.
Call me on Sunday around noon if you're still safe. Swear it.
Sirius nods, watches the mirror shift and twist back into his own reflection, and he closes his eyes against the world. Chapter 3, Trey. Now. The war ends on a Tuesday in April, 1983, but the war ends for Sirius Black long before that, on a quiet, cool Thursday morning in late 1981, when Natalia Lucci takes him by the hand. She drags him to see Lydia, a tall, burly woman with blonde curls that would leave Narcissa seething with jealousy and a stern, no-nonsense way about her.
No running.
He promised Natalia that morning, because she took one look at him and already had stock of him. So he didn't run. He still doesn't, all these months later. He didn't run when Tazio sat him down in the cozy little den of Mago Errante and offered him a flat his uncle owns because a let-it-out room is no place for an infant. He didn't run when Natalia foisted baby Gianna on him with a sharp little grin and,
"To learn, Sirio?"
He stayed still, there in the safety of Firenze's old Roman standing stones, under the watchful eye of Father Manelli, while his coin purse grew ever lighter and his stomach swelled with a new life. Itchy, always itchy, because Sirius was not someone who stood still. There are things more important than running full speed at fate. Sirius learns this in the back room of Lydia's house, eyes wide and 1,000 curses caught in his throat at the sight of his child in conjured smoke. He learns it again when Tazio's uncle, a gray-haired man with an overly large, equally gray mustache, shakes his hand and shows him the little ground-floor flat with a bright blue door that sits in the midst of the olive grove. Tazio plays translator, at least as best he can, and Sirius finds himself agreeing to take the keys in exchange for a pathetically low amount of koron. He does little things to earn his keep, what he can while he's still vaguely ill and exhausted, while his body works hard to knit together another life. He helps Natalia with her children, scours pots in the inn's kitchen, helps Tazio on alternate Sundays in the little open-air market in the center of town, selling jars of olive oil from his uncle's grove alongside eggs from the back garden at Mago Errante. He gets news from Lorenzo, a youngish chap who looks after his mum's newsstand in the early mornings when Sirius is out for his walks with Natalia. They're probably the same age, but Lorenzo hasn't been through hell like Sirius. Still looks and acts like he's barely out of school. Sirius feels 1,000 years older than him, especially as he starts to show, and even his loosest set of robes can't hide it anymore. Lorenzo's always got a copy of Il Terzo Occhio for them, and Emilia next door always has a cappuccino for them both. As weeks turn into months and the news gets no more or less grim, Sirius stops turning first to the international section. He reads the local news before anything else, tries without a translation spell, the rust wearing off his intermediate Italian as he mouths along with familiar words. Natalia's there for him when he runs up against things he can't put together. Amelia smiles at him, a sweet little smile, and offers to read his cards every Wednesday. He always says no. What the fates have in store for him isn't something he wants to know. Natalia rolls her eyes with a smirk at that, mutters under her breath that Amelia is only hoping to turn over Gliamonti. He wonders, as his stomach grows, if she saw that in her cards. Lydia gives him medical care while Ferenz gives him space to breathe again, maybe for the first time since childhood, and maybe in some ways at least for the first time in his life. He slips into a routine, and with that comes trust that he fights against half-heartedly. He finds out she's a daughter as the new year breaks open, fresh around him. January brings so many things. A covert run to Gringotts in Roma, a cot that makes Sirius mental and leaves Tazio muttering Figlio di Puttana under his breath, and an endless stream of books left on his sitting room table with titles like Bewitching for Babies and Your Magical Baby and You. Sirius paints the second bedroom with a fresh coat of light blue paint. He dots stars in familiar constellations, paints the waning moon big and yellow, fills in silhouettes of a prancing stag, a howling wolf, a begging dog. He winds Wormtail and Prong's antlers, enchants his whiskers to twitch. Lydia and the books tell him to speak, so he talks, fills the flat with his own noise, tells his growing bump stories about who he was. He spares her the bad times, an omission even a bishop would forgive. He tells her about Mooney, about the way he shined his prefect badge every night before bed, and the way he irons his socks like the tight arse he is. He sings songs to her, ones he learned from summers at the Lupins, from Flea and Mia, from Lily's strange mix of old Muggle and modern wizard records. He tells her about James and Pete, of course. They're important too, pieces of his life that he wants her to know. Sirius does not, despite him practically begging, press the mirror against his bump so James can give her godfatherly advice. He fills the flat with all manner of baby things. Clothes in 1,000 colors, bottles and dummies, and dozens of nappies pile up on the changing table. He spends hours browsing through toys in the cramped little children's store in the center of Ferenz. Alongside the big squashy blocks that change color when you hit them against the ground, he buys her a gray stuffed dog that he finds in the market one Saturday. He places it on the small little bookcase Tadzio brought over, built by his own 2 hands. Natalia proudly whispered at him. None of it stops the terror. He still sleeps with his wand under his pillow. He still checks the doors, sometimes 2 or 3 times. There's hexes on the fireplace. He lays warding around the doors and windows that's so strong, it's warm to the touch. He doesn't like to be out after dark. It's too hard to see, and Death Eaters blend into the night too well. He wakes, now and then, gasping and clammy in his sheets, blinking back emerald and choking on the smell of everything burning. If he falls back to sleep on those nights, it's uneasy, restless sleep. And Natalia notices in the mornings, taking extra care to walk slowly and chat about little, simple things. Tazio trying to fix their fence the Muggle way, stories of guests at the inn, her mum's latest letter about the happenings in Roma. Time passes because the world doesn't end. Sirius Black doesn't die bloody under a glittering skull in the sky. He lives instead and grows new life inside him. A new sort of black. One who won't grow up knowing the sharp sting of disappointment. That's a promise he makes to himself one day in front of the mirror, pressing his palm to the swell of his stomach and letting himself have a quiet, private little weep. He'll teach her about Mooney. He's only got one picture of him, of the 4 of them at Christmas time in '79, so he draws instead. He draws everyone he knows, but Mooney in particular, before their faces can fade into muted memory. He puts them all in a leather-bound book, where he writes down all his scattered thoughts between the sketches.
Today,
he writes on a crisp winter morning,
I felt you fluttering for the first time. Today,
he writes much later, when winter's long turned into springtime, and he can barely see his own ankles.
I've decided you aren't a black at all, and that's just fine, because you're something better.
And once, on a warm morning in late May when the air smells sweet,
today is your birthday, Karina Lupin.
Life, as it turns out, isn't made easy by sheer will. The exhaustion never wanes. Instead, it turns into a faithful companion who lives bone deep inside him. Karina sleeps too much in the day and not enough at night. Sirius limps through the days like an inferius, his respect for every mom he knows increasing tenfold. He worries he'll resent her, but the feeling never comes. He looks at her with a dopey grin on his face, strokes the fine black hairs on her head that he knows will thicken up and curl one day, and loves her. As much as loving her is a balm on the pain of leaving his life behind, it isn't a vitamin or a mineral, and he doesn't survive on his own. Can't, not with his arms full of his child and his hands forever busy with nappies and bottles. He knows the value of a support system, learned it from Flea and Mia, from James and Remus and Peter, though the war and time long eroded his. He stumbled on a new one, here in Firenze. In those first weeks, Tazio hovers, finding the flimsiest reasons to stop by every evening, to mend a piece of the fencing in the back, or take a look at the pipes in the loo. He comes with a hot meal packed in his arms, and excuses on his lips, but Sirius isn't a stupid man. He knows the fence can wait. So he eats while Tazio snuggles with Karina in his arms on the other side of Sirius's small kitchen table. He gets in a shower now and then. Once, on a memorable Saturday afternoon, he manages a kip on the sofa, which feels divine, even if he wakes up with a crick in his neck and still heavy eyelids. Natalia is a force to be reckoned with. She organizes meal trains and visits. She comes with clean nappies and old soft toys, baby books and blocks. On Fridays, she comes with her cousin Rosalia to straighten his mess of a flat, set the pots and pans and laundry to wash, and they both give him stern looks until he retreats to his bed. Sometimes they bring their children, set them out in the back garden to run around together while Natalia minds Karina. When Sirius wakes up on those days, some kind of foreign feeling cracks open in his chest every time. He dreams often. Nightmares turn into creeping fear, turn into dreams, and the war leaves scars even in the good times. Sometimes James on a broom, doing loops on the Quidditch pitch behind Flea and Mia's house, until emerald streaks across the sky and they're flying together, James clutching tight onto Sirius's waist as Sirius revs his motorbike and begs her to fly faster. Sometimes it's Remus, gasping against the side of his throat and begging for more until Sirius looks down and he's pale, cold, unmoving. But time is a balm to nightmares. They twist and change and become something new. Natalia standing over a stove humming with Gianna on her hip, Mooney sleeping against the big tree by the lake, but then Sirius blinks and he's here, against an olive tree with drooping eyelids, Hope's old quilt underneath him, and Karina settled against his chest. The weeks melt into each other, but there's still Sunday afternoons, where he sets Karina down for a nap and climbs over piles of laundry in his little closet to unwrap his mirror from where it's hidden, buried under old cloaks and wrapped in a red and gold scarf.
James,
he says, and as the months wear on, it becomes the only time he says it. They talk. James has black smudges under his eyes too, and their reasons are parallel. The war left scars on them that are stubborn to fade, even now, when they're miles away from danger and both hidden away under charms and secrecy. It's sometime in the summer, when the flat is too hot even with the windows thrown open, right after Karina smiles at him for the first time, that James answers the mirror with a grim look on his face.
Peter's dead,
he says matter of fact.
I killed him.
Sirius doesn't drown in grief. He doesn't build up a suit of armor around himself, batten down the hatches and snarl at anyone who dares to come near him. He thought, ages ago, he might, if the whispers in the order turned out to be true, and it was one of theirs who was the spy. But it's Peter, was Peter. Now Peter's lifeless eyes can look up at the empty sky, same as Dorcas, Benji, or any of the others in the endless string of lives cut down too soon. That same night he takes a paintbrush and the pot of light blue paint and smears coat after coat over the little silhouette of Wormtail on Karina's wall. He does not cry. He does break his teacup, shatters it against the wall in his little kitchen when the anger wells up against the backs of his eyes, pressure that needs to be released. He sits with it for days, quiet and alone in his flat. Tadzio tries to lure him out with promises of cornetti and coffee, or a walk in the olive grove, or even a trip to Firenze Banale, but Sirius doesn't take the bait. He doesn't want to go muggle watching in Piazza della Signoria, not when he can pace the creaking floorboards of his flat and relitigate entire years of his life in his head, wondering when it all went wrong. He feels a pang of something like guilt at the relief that it isn't Remus, but in the next breath, he can't stop the spiral of his thoughts from relief straight back to fear again. Because if it's Peter and Sirius is well hidden amongst the standing stones with thousands of years' worth of protective magic woven into the very dirt under his feet, then Remus is the only one left, the only one with a dark shadow trailing after him. He doesn't let himself think too deeply about it. He won't let himself feel certain, one way or the other, and he lets that little seed of hope take root and sprout in his ribcage. Even the anger passes, diffusing into the late spring breeze and flying off over the old stone walls and away. He doesn't have room in his heart to give quarter to cowards and traitors. He doesn't have enough time in his nightmares for new horrors to swell, and Peter's sniveling face is easy enough to drown out with other brighter thoughts. He spends his summer days learning how to wrap Karina up against his chest, safe in a bright red wrap that Rosalia gifts him so he can have both hands free when he needs to. He spends his evenings with Tazio around the fire in Mago Errante, drinking 2 fingers of whiskey and trading life stories between chess moves. Natalia brings him into her kitchen and teaches him to roll pasta in exchange for a lesson on Euphemia's Bakewell tart. As summer fades into fall, he ventures out more with Karina kept tight against him and Tazio at his elbow. His Italian is better than it was when he came, but he still looks to his left sometimes, a wrinkle in his forehead and a question on his lips, but he doesn't have to ask his new friend to be a North Star for clarity. He goes back to helping every other Sunday at the open-air market, under Tazio's faded white and red striped canopy. There's olive oil and eggs on the table until the air starts to feel crisp, when Tazio adds a little basket of almond biscuits, each packet carefully wrapped with twisty blue ribbons, for a half a coron. He waxes poetic about Natalia's baking every time someone buys one, and Sirius finds himself grinning along, laughing at the lovesick look on his face and the way he clutches at his chest whenever someone passes over buying one. Sirius shakes off the twitches in his fingers when everyone stops to make much of Karina, who is beautiful and smiling and has the most pinchable cheeks on the continent. It's not his nature to let people in. He's learning, though. He couldn't do this alone. He turns 23 smiling, a far cry from where he was at 22, scared and alone in Switzerland, huddled over a rapidly cooling cup of tea. He doesn't think about Peter. He misses Remus. He misses James, who begs him on the Sunday before to let him send an owl. Sirius doesn't, tells him to stuff it and save it, that James being alive is gift enough. There are gifts, though. Tazio gives him enough drawing pencils to last a lifetime. Natalia slips him a packet of recipes with a wink. There's a stack of books tied with a bow from Lorenzo, a beautiful blue and gold quilt from Amelia, 2 separate bags filled to the brim with all manner of household things from Tazio's aunt and uncle. After the gifts and the candles and the torta, when the Lucci children are all in bed and Karina is asleep in a conjured bassinet, the adults gather around the fire with glasses of wine, picking at the remains of a cheese plate and toasting to Sirius's good health. He leaves much too late, exhausted, heart-filled, pockets weighed down with shrunken packages and parcels. Karina sleeps against his chest, both of them bundled in new winter coats. In the quiet moments he is crossing the distance between Mago Errante and his blue front door, he wonders when Firenze became home. Time expands and contracts. Months pass in a blink, weeks take forever. There's little news from England, though no news is better than the alternative when everyone Sirius loves hangs in the balance. Harry speaks in little sentences on the mirror, always on James's knee. Lily's humming, always humming, and sometime in his second Firenze winter, she starts to glow just a little. James and he don't talk about things that matter. Not about lives and deaths. Not about the madman who's using Azkaban as a shelter rather than a prison. Not about Dumbledore, high up in his castle, sharp eyes and sharper wit watching the lot of them scramble on the chessboard. Instead they talk about Harry, remember better days together with a strange sort of fondness that Sirius attributes to exile rather than age. He misses home, but in that nostalgic way, the sort of longing that's distorted and dulled by distance and time. Because the truth of it is that he's happier here in Firenze than he's ever been in Britain. Here, he's not a black, not in the order, without a checkered past, nor famous for a cruel streak a mile wide. He breathes easier. He's quicker to smile. He likes himself. He likes his new friends and his new home. The missing pieces hurt less here, inside the secret city, hidden amongst the olive trees. It's easy to let time slip away, and he does, marking it not in days since, but Karina's firsts. Sirius lives because he must, because he wants to. When Voldemort falls in early April, cut down by an emerald streak on the cold marble floor of the Ministry of Magic, Sirius is asleep. Tazio bangs on his door at 8 in the bloody morning, waking him up from a rather restful night filled with pleasant dreams.
Sirius.
Taz says, all huffing breath like he's run straight to Sirius's front step from Mago Arante.
The paper's Sirius. Voldemort, he's dead.
He feels for a moment like he's in free fall, like the world is slipping out from under his feet. He leaves Taz on the front step to his little ground floor flat and runs full tilt to the cupboard in his bedroom, ripping open the door hard enough that it cracks against the wall behind it. He cringes, but doesn't stop to listen. He'll hear if he's been too loud, but there's other things, other concerns that are more important now. He needs his fucking mirror. He keeps the mirror in the back of the closet, buried under winter quilts and discarded clothes, a hulking pile in a small space to hide one of his most precious possessions. But he's done his best to manifest physically what he needed to manifest emotionally. Leaving was hard. Staying away has only been made easy by Karina in the other room. The only way he keeps himself sane is like this, a clean divide. Sirius then and Sirio now. Leave the mirror buried in the past. Don't think about his flat in Camden, sitting empty under 16 months of dust or maybe blown to pieces by Death Eaters. Don't think about James and Lily, except for one single hour on Sunday afternoons, when he takes out the mirror and dares to make a call.
Don't!
Under any circumstances.
Think about Remus.
He missed last Sunday. He was busy, out in the village with Taz and Natalia. There was an open-air market, and Sirius helped run their little farm stand. He'd told them, all three of them, James, Lily, and Harry, sitting close together on the couch and jostling each other to stay in the mirror's frame. James said he'd talk to him next week, that it was okay, that he was glad Sirius had friends wherever he was. He digs through the pile of jumpers and old baby grows, tossing bits and bobs of his life out of the cupboard and onto the floor. He finds what he's looking for, hidden in the folds of a Hogwarts scarf, and he falls on his arse on the floor, almost sobbing with relief, but not daring to feel relieved. Not yet. Not until he knows. Not until he sees them with his own eyes.
James?
He says into the mirror, voice shaking, cracking a little like it hasn't in years, since he was small with this same mirror clutched in his hands. Time ticks. His hands start shaking around the edges of the mirror.
James fucking Potter.
He says again, louder this time. He waits with the mirror shaking in his hand. He can see the ceiling of his own flat, the reflection of his terrified face, for the longest stretch of time in his life, before the mirror's surface shimmers, and James comes into view, panting and sweaty. Sirius almost drops the mirror in relief. He sags back against the wall of the closet, covers his face with a hand, mutters Merlin fuck under his breath.
Patsy.
James shouts, too loud, but Sirius is so relieved to hear it that he can't think anything else but,
alive, alive, alive. He's dead.
A grin cracks across James's face, a real big, prongsy grin, the sort he hasn't seen since the 70s, the kind of grin that makes Sirius feel like he's floating through a dream, an echo memory of the past.
Dead.
James confirms.
Saw what's left of him with my own 4 eyes.
Sirius laughs, but it cracks apart in his throat, turns into a sob that he can't choke back. That's okay. It's all right. He's alone in his closet. James is there in his mirror, grinning and alive. That means Harry's got to be all right. Lily's got to be safe. The last shreds of family that Sirius left behind in England still have hearts beating in their chests.
How?
He gasps out. James waves a hand in front of his face.
Dumbledore and some of the others. Some grim plot. I haven't heard all the details. But he's gone, and I've had a trip to the ministry to see for myself and all.
Sirius sits there in silence for a long enough stretch that James goes from patient and quiet to fidgeting on the other side of the mirror.
But hey,
James says finally, after Sirius focuses back in on him properly and quells the half-sobs he's been letting out.
You can finally come home.
The real thing is that Sirius can't. He's longed for the end of the war, dreamed of the day he can wrap James up in a hug and kiss Lily's cheeks. Daydreamed about teaching Harry to properly ride a broom, corrupt him into supporting the wasps over the arrows, and slip treats into his pockets when he goes to nursery. But he can't. One reason why is pressed against his chest later that evening, soft curls and a nose a tick too big for her face, yawning as he rocks her gently back to sleep. The reason why is that he must keep her safe, and keeping her safe doesn't always mean Death Eaters, though Bellatrix is still running wild in the English countryside with fucking Rodolphus and Rastaban at her side. There's other dark things in the shadows, wraiths in his nightmares, that'll do her harm. Walburga's face slips into his thoughts, twisted in anger and screeching that corrupting the line won't do. Narcissa, blonde and fey and willing to do her aunt's bidding. Arcturus and Pollux, both still alive and just as fanatical about the purity of black blood, even without a dark mark on their arms. It's irrational and he knows it. Andromeda's lived her life with her half-blood child, unbothered and sternly forgotten by the lot of them. He doesn't have a reason to think he'd be hunted down, but the thought of exposing his child to Walburga Black makes his blood run cold in his veins. There's a shadow of shame too, somewhere buried underneath everything else. It's one thing to tell James he's got a baby, to tiredly gush to him about her first smile and the first time she rolled over on her own, or how she's been pulling herself up onto her own unstable feet to peer at him over the edge of the coffee table when he's lying on the sofa. It's a different thing entirely to go home, to step back into life with Karina against his chest and let them make much of her while skirting around the obvious things. Her lupin nose, the way her eyes are the exact same shade as Remus's, those things that don't come from a millennium of perfect black breeding. He's never told James and Lily who the father is. They've never properly seen her with their own eyes, though Prongs and Lils are too clever by half to not recognize her lupin nose or the warm brown of her eyes even over the mirror. He doesn't want to go home to his flat in Camden and shove her cot in the spare room and carry on like nothing's ever changed, while everything in his life absolutely has. She snuffles against his shirt, and his heart melts again, like it always does when she's there against him, or down on the ground playing with her soft toys, or following him around in her little walker. She's almost one, already saying half-formed words that sometimes sound like babbo. He had a little cry the first time she crawled over to him, and is prepared to have another when she takes those first shaky steps. She's precious, his, the center of his heart. He's kept her safe for all this time, first inside him and then here, on the outside. He's not sure it's worth the risk, not when James and Lily are finally free to come see him and the rest of his loved ones are. That isn't a road he likes to go down. He wonders about Remus. He thinks about Marlene and Gideon, about the rest of the order that didn't scatter into the wind to try and keep the Potters alive, but he wonders about his cobbled-together family, about where they wound up and if they're still alive. He went to ground here in Firenze, changed his own mission objective nearly as soon as it started. Keep the Potters safe, sure, but keep her safe too. He squeezes Karina gently against him. She might be the last bit of Remus Lupin in the universe, and isn't that a damn shame? There's a knock on his door, a familiar jangle of key in a lock, and a rumbled, low curse that signals that Tazios stopped by. Sirius wasn't expecting company, but he's glad for it. He cracks open one eye and peers at the nursery doorway, waiting and watching for Taz's familiar dark-haired head to poke through. He isn't disappointed.
Ciao, Sirio.
Taz says, cheerful enough.
Ciao, Taz.
Sirius answers. He sounds tired even to his own ears.
I thought you would have a celebration.
Taz says.
The end of the war?
Sirius forces out a small, quiet laugh.
A party of one.
No.
Taz shakes his head and ghosts a hand over the back of Karina's head.
It's at least two.
That's us party animals,
Sirius says. He stoops his head down and presses a kiss to her fine curls and breathes in the smell of her.
Keep the bottles and the blueberry mush flowing.
Tazio laughs.
It's worth celebration. You're safer without your Lord Voldemort. No.
I suppose that's true enough.
He sighs and shifts, Karina wiggling in his arms and whining tiredly.
But my brother asked me when I'm coming home.
There's a wry bent to his tone, someone who knows what's coming.
And you've told him tomorrow, I'm sure?
At that, Sirius opens both eyes.
I've told him never, and he knows damn well why.
There's no reason to hide anymore.
Taz says.
The danger has passed.
But not completely.
Sirius counters.
My insane cousins are still out there. My mother, other people who would see her harmed, and I have to keep Karina safe.
Taz lowers himself onto the top of Karina's toy box with a huff.
There is a difference between safety and fright.
And Sirius takes offense to that.
I'm not scared.
The lie tastes sour on his tongue.
I'm being practical. This is her home.
She's a baby cereal. Her home is where Papa is.
He stares at Sirius over the rim of his square glasses and shakes his head, just a little.
There's no shame in fear. And if you don't want to go, stay, but staying out of shame.
Sirius shakes his head. He doesn't say anything because he doesn't know what to say. He knows Tazio's right. He knows that his little dingy flat is waiting for him and that James, Lily, and Harry are waiting to scoop him up into his arms. But he doesn't want to go back there. Not when he doesn't know how to slot himself back into his old life. Not when Peter's a traitor and dead and Remus is... He closes his eyes and sighs, hitching Karina up higher in his arms and pressing his nose against the side of her face. She complains, little baby noises that are half-formed words, and squirms, but she lets him breathe in the smell of her and hide himself away for just a moment.
I'm staying,
he says, still hidden away against her.
This is my home too now.
He calls James again on Sunday like he promised, and it's different this time. He does it from the back garden, amidst the olive trees, on his very favorite little bench by the low wall that separates his garden from the walking path around the edge of the village. Karina's with Natalia, off on a play date with Natalia's youngest and a few other babies. There's peace and quiet for once, and he's been outside with the mirror face down on the bench and a thick pad of parchment bound up with a leather cover on his knee. Doodling during his pregnancy turned into a journal of some kind, something to keep and give to Karina when she was old enough to appreciate that sort of thing. For now, today, he's writing more to himself than to her, reminding himself of the things he loved and hated about home, sketches of his sad flat in the margins and the little red door on James and Lily's place in the hollow. He's already drawn her pictures of them, James and Lily and Remus, months ago, when she was a squalling little thing with lungs like a banshee and just the right amount of black stubbornness to keep them both up half the night. They've got little captions under them, stars around their names, Zia Lily and Zio James, Papa under Remus's chin in his neat, tight-curling cursive. He wonders if James has photos he might be willing to send along. He'll ask, maybe, if James is in a less foul mood this time around. On Tuesday, when Sirius told him he was going to stay, he thought James's head might explode right there in the mirror. He knows that James wants him home. Of course he does. They've done nothing in the last year and a half but tell each other how lonely they are, how much they miss each other, how much it's absolutely wretched to be apart. And Sirius still knows that, still feels that, wants nothing more than to have his little family around him again. But he doesn't know how he's supposed to go home with Remus Lupin's child on his hip and just start over, like the whole world didn't change and change again 3 times over since he left. He doesn't need England. He really doesn't need the English wizards to look down their nose at him. Not for running into the wind, not for doing what his body was made to do, not for having the audacity to want to feel something for Remus fucking Lupin so hard that his body built a womb to keep a part of him. That, he knows, isn't true, but it feels like it is. Remus wasn't the first man Sirius shagged behind a club, but he's the only one that's managed to knock him up. Magic's funny, sometimes, and he wouldn't put it past his longing heart to do the work.
Sirius.
He hears his name and sighs, flipping the mirror up into his hands and holding it out so he can peer into James's face. He looks rested, better rested. This time Sirius can hear Harry in the background, and his heart constricts a little in his chest like it always does at Harry's high-voiced words, real words, whole sentences even, and the soft look on James's face.
All right there, mate,
he asks around the lump that's conjured itself in his throat.
We're good, Sirius.
James says.
Told you so 1,000 times.
There's a long pause, 3 beats of space that wouldn't have existed before, when they could finish each other's sentences and knew every little thing about each other's lives.
I hear the Lupins are back.
At that, Sirius goes a little woozy.
Remus.
James shakes his head.
Gid saw Lyle down at Mungo's with Hope.
Sirius gives a little half-aborted nod and bites down on the inside of his cheek.
They couldn't find me, Prongs. If they couldn't find me and Pete was...
He doesn't have to say what Pete was. James knows maybe better than anyone, because James took his confession. James saw the light leave his eyes.
We don't know he's dead, Sirius.
James barks out.
You've only got so many friends. It's process of elimination and Mooney.
And there's only so many Death Eaters to interrogate, and none of them have said a damn word about Remus Lupin.
Sirius lets out a breath with a shudder.
That doesn't mean...
I've been in the room.
James explodes.
With Frank, for most of them. We don't know he's dead and you're catastrophizing, and I just want you to come home.
Sirius lets the silence stretch between them, broken only by birdsong and the sound of a cart rumbling down the path behind him, somewhere off to the west.
I know.
James interrupts.
I'm not an idiot, Sirius.
What do you know?
James stares at him, unimpressed. Sirius can feel the judgment from 1,000 miles away, as though Prongs is no more than a foot away, sharing his bench and glowering at him in person.
She's Remus's.
He says it like it's nothing, like it isn't the entire point of everything, like Sirius hasn't hoarded all the moonish parts of her, like a particularly fixated dragon, and kept them safe and secret here, amidst the olive trees.
So what if she is?
James rolls his eyes. The frustrated arch of his eyebrows doesn't disappear.
Don't act like you haven't been trying to keep it a secret. I know, and I knew when it happened that August, after Dorcas, didn't it?
The tips of Sirius's ears heat just a little, just enough shame creeping into the corners of his mind that it sets his teeth on edge and his hackles rise.
So what if we did?
So nothing.
James explodes.
That's my fucking point, Padsy. We don't care, and I don't know why you'd think we would. Come home, please.
He takes a single, deep, steadying breath. He pushes back against the old Sirius, teeth and claws and too quick to hurt, rousing from a long slumber in the past. He does not say, "I am home" or "I'm happier here." He keeps those words lodged behind his teeth because he knows how deep they'll cut. He wouldn't have hesitated before. That he does now speaks volumes to him, fortifies his choice to stay firmly where he's found himself against James's best pleading face.
I'm not staying because I'm some delicate flower, afraid that whatever's broken wreck of society is going to judge me for loving Remus Lupin.
Sirius says. He takes another breath. He makes a choice.
And it's not as though I'm on Neptune, Prongs. I'm in Firenze.
Spring in Firenze is sweet-smelling air and days spent in Piazza Sant'Antonia under Tassio's red and white striped canopy with Carina in his lap or wrapped against his chest or increasingly on a little quilt with a pile of toys. She's almost talking, saying words that aren't quite words, but Sirius understands just the same. She calls him Ba, and his heart aches thinking that any day something close enough to Babbo to count is going to come out of her mouth, and he'll feel both ancient and too young at the same time. He's been having full conversations with her since she was the size of a grapefruit, but the idea of her talking back is harrowing. He worries sometimes. Irrationally, he knows that his little unexpected magical quirk still somehow is a blood blight, that Walburga cursed him to have a child as wild as himself. But so far, she isn't. She's a good baby, even if getting her to sleep at night was an uphill climb, and she's far too curious for her own good. Sirius is giving her freedom, though, something he didn't remember enjoying himself as a child. She's free to crawl and learn, to tug at his hair and the hem of his robes, to trail after Gianna, who trails after Natalia when they visit the Luccis 3 times a week at least. She doesn't have to eat bananas, and it's all right that she doesn't like the shape of some of her baby crackers. He'll never make her take violin lessons. She'll never have a governess to force her to learn the family tree by rote and smack her wand across her knuckles for using the wrong spoon. She'll never have to wonder if he loves her. He'll never forget that he does. Sirius wakes up 2 weeks after the world began anew, to birds chirping in the tree outside his bedroom window and the sweet smell of spring wafting in. He pulls his dressing gown around himself and potters around his kitchen, humming along to the wireless with a cuppa in one hand and the paper floating in front of him, while Carina, still sleepy even in the mid-morning light, works her way through her plate of cut-up fruits and scrambled eggs. It's Sunday. There's a market today, down in Piazza Sant'Antonia, and he's promised Tazio he'd help. The same way he'd helped press the olives on Tuesday, he's sure, which seemed to comprise of him doing quite a lot of work for very little return, while Tazio leaned against the olive press and waxed poetic about Natalia's new robes from Roma. He's reminded, and not unpleasantly, of the summer after 6th year, when he helped Flea replant his entire herb garden. Tazio's just as helpless in the face of love as James and Flea before him. It's charming, even as it makes him miss the Potters terribly. But today's not a day to sit and stew and miss the Potters. Today's a day to put Carina in her favorite set of robes, powder blue, well-worn and resized a dozen times already, and pack up their things to go to market. Half of Firenze has a table, And there's something nice about the whole town coming out and wandering through the stalls in Piazza San Antonio. He doesn't do much wandering, not even with Karina wrapped up tight against him. He prefers to sit at Tazio and Natalia's table, to let the town come to him and meet him there, where Tazio guilts them into buying olive oil and eggs, or some of Natalia's treats. When he arrives, the market is already in full swing, people buzzing to and fro. Tazio waves him down from where he's sitting under his old red and white striped awning.
Ciao, Sirio.
Taz says as Sirius slides into his usual place. He leans forward and taps Karina on the nose.
La piccola principessa.
How's business?
Sirius asks.
Nat pack any good sweets in that big bag of yours?
No.
Taz answers with a sigh.
Gianna's still sick and now Stefano is sneezing.
Sirius laughs as he flicks out Karina's blanket onto the cobblestones next to his chair. He starts to unpack Karina's bag, pulling out her favorite stuffed dog and a baby book she's been keen on, but he's stopped by Amelia bustling over, long braid bouncing behind her.
Sirio,
She gasps out.
Natalia sent me. 2 men at the inn, they asked for you.
He freezes, one hand flying to his wand and the other to Karina's back.
What did they look like?
One tall and with dark hair, like Taz.
She motions to her face.
With how is it that you say occhiali?
Spectacles.
Tazio translates grimly.
Do you know this man?
The world goes all wobbly, narrowing down to a single point. Sirius sucks in a sharp breath.
James,
he says. He stands then, lightheaded and gripping onto Karina's wrap, pressing her into his chest. He peers over the top of a sea of Firenze shoppers, squinting into the sunlight beating down on Piazza Sant'Antonia. There's a million heads of dark hair out there. None look quite as forcibly windswept as James Potter on his best day. Sirius turns, peers out the back of the stall, when he hears from behind him and to the right.
Padfoot.
He turns again, locks eyes with James Potter for the first time in 16 months. He looks past him to the man just behind him, practically at his shoulder, and the world shifts underneath his feet.
Remus.
He whispers, that seed of hope that took root in his ribs all those months ago bursting into bloom, stealing his breath right out of his lungs.
Sirius.
Remus shouts, sounding half out of his mind if he's anything at all. Karina squirms against his too tight hold. Sirius blinks, stares, stands there in utter shock under Tazio's red and white awning, watching as his world ends and begins again, there in Piazza Sant'Antonia. Chapter 4 Quattro. Now, Remus stares at them, at the little girl tucked against Sirius's chest with her dark curls cascading over her sun-kissed skin, at the freckles dusting over her cheeks, at the familiar curve of her nose, an echo of his own.
Sirius.
He repeats. His voice cracks on the single word, and Sirius, a miracle in his own right, alive and breathing, blinks owl-ishly at him.
Mooney.
He looks tossed to sea, arms tight around the wiggling baby wrapped against his chest. His eyes flick to James.
Prongs.
His own heartbeat, echoing loud in his head, drowns out the noise of the market around them. He takes an aborted step forward, stumbles on his own feet. His mouth feels filled with ash, throat hot, because Remus understands both magic and maths, can add 2 plus 2, and those freckles plus that nose minus the time since. She's impossible. James takes the 10 feet of distance between them at a run, throwing his arms open and pulling Sirius carefully against him. That little dark head of curls disappears between them, and Remus can breathe again. He takes a deep, thick breath of Italian air and stumbles forward towards Sirius and James, where they're embracing in the middle of a walkway between 2 stalls. There's a man watching them, where he sat behind a table covered haphazardly in little olive oil jars and a few crates of eggs. It's Sirius's handwriting on the signs declaring il olio d'oliva to be 3 corone and a dozen eggs to be 2. He doesn't have time to take anything else in, not when James is yanking him into a 3-way hug. There's tears on his face, slipping down his cheeks and across his chin. Sirius is trembling. He can feel it in his knuckles, where Sirius has fisted the back of his robes and tugged him in close.
Shit.
Sirius gasps, hoarse and desperate, voice clogged with his own tears.
You're alive.
And Remus can't find the words, so he doesn't say anything, not a year's worth of private declarations, not the questions filling his lungs like toxic smoke. He just holds on. It's a long time before they separate. James slides away first. Aptly, maybe. Remus thinks in a part of his brain that's still managing to function, to think anything but
Pantfoot, Pantfoot, Pantfoot.
because there's a little baby with black dark curls and a Lupin's nose squirming between him and Sirius. Remus knows he should step back, that they've been embracing too long in the middle of the cobblestones, surrounded by the bustle of a spring market, but he can't bring himself to let go, can't unwind his arms from Sirius, can't bear to wrench Sirius's still trembling hand off his back. There's a ghost of a kiss against the side of his face, lips dragging across his cheekbone and up toward his temple. The baby fusses, loudly this time, with pounding little fists and squirming legs, and that's enough. That's the thing that pulls them apart. Sirius sniffles, all red-rimmed eyes and splotchy cheeks. He's still handsome enough to tug on Remus's heart, even though Sirius should look a mess. Remus is sure he must, at least.
Sirius.
Remus looks sharply sideways, where the man at the table isn't looking curiously anymore, but standing, alert and wary.
Sto bene, Tazio.
Sirius says as he shushes the baby, smooths his hand down her curls and over her back. She tucks her head back against his chest, apparently mollified. She's chewing on her own fingers, and it's heartbreakingly cute, the way she's watching Remus with curious, bright brown eyes through her stray curls.
Tazio, this is James.
Sirius waves towards James, standing off to the side, misty-eyed behind his glasses and looking for all the world like he wants to lunge back at Sirius again. Remus is struck from where he's standing between them by how much this Tazio bloke reminds him of James, or maybe, if he's being honest, Fleamont. Monty himself was just a echo forward to what James would look like in 60 years, with his salt and pepper hair and laugh lines etched deep in his face. Tazio is a funhouse mirror of that, distorted here and there, but the white-streaked dark hair and the soft brown of his eyes scream Potter. He wonders if Sirius noticed, if that's what drew him to Tazio and whatever life he's made here. And there is a life. Remus can see that in the way that the people near them are watching him, and James carefully. How that woman they saw at the inn this morning claimed to have never seen anyone like Sirius, and now she's standing 10 feet away with pursed lips and her hand on the hilt of her wand. Firenze Magica is a place known for its protection, and Remus knows that protection doesn't just live in the old standing stones embedded in the walls.
And Remus.
There's hesitation in Sirius's voice, laced through the relief. His gaze flits back and forth between them, as though he's expecting Tazio to vault over the table and clobber Remus where he stands. Which, if Remus is right in what he knows about magic and math, Tazio mightn't be wrong to do. He swallows around the guilt and wonder and worry that's lodged himself in his throat.
And who's this?
He dares to reach up and ghost his fingertips against the baby's curls, over the pretty red ribbon bow that maybe once managed to contain her wild hair. Sirius lets out a long, shuddering breath. He catches James's gaze. There's a whole conversation there, the kind of thing that would have made Remus violently jealous at any other time, but he's too busy drowning in a well of relief that Sirius is there while suffocating under a mountain of whatever this child held tight in Sirius's arms means. There's a glint in this Tazio's eyes, a protective little burst in the flare of his nostrils and the way he grips the back of the wicker chair he'd gotten up from. For a moment he thinks he's wrong, that maybe he's seeing things only dreams should conjure, that maybe his maths are skewed and he shouldn't believe his lying eyes. But he's a werewolf, has been one long enough. Half the tales are mythology, the other half are hardly the whole truth, but there is some blurry line inside him where monster meets with man, and there, at the edge of humanity, the wolf is throwing himself against the glinting silver of his daylight cage.
Mine.
The wolf howls in his head, loud enough to be heard over the sound of his own blood in his ears.
Karina.
Sirius says, naming the child between them. Sirius clears his throat, throws a look over his shoulder to where Tazio's still standing, hands clenched around the back of his chair, but the hint of a wand tip at the frayed edge of his sleeve. Sirius's chest rises, then falls. Karina gives a babbling squall that sounds like Babbo, and Sirius turns back to her, all soft hands and soothing sounds. This, of all things, sends Remus a sea. It's been an age since Sirius Black was gentle, even with Harry. The war stripped them all of kindness, of compassion, tossed it in a bubbling cauldron and transmuted it into sharp edges, hard ridges, real meanness, even and sometimes especially with each other. The world ends and begins again, there in St. Antonius Square, at a stall in a farmer's market covered in crimson and white fabric. There, in the oldest town in Italy, where wizard kind has long run to safety, Remus's life becomes remade. His hands are shaking. He can't make words, even when he tries. James is there suddenly, strong arms and stronger legs, Quidditcher's legs, holding him up where his knees gave out. Sirius lives in the ground floor flat of a squat, two-story stone house with a deep blue front door. It's a lovely, old-looking place. Nothing like the dingy flat he kept in Camden after Hogwarts, with its chipped table and musty smell that no one could find the source of to throw a disinfecting charm at. This, with its mismatched windows and weather-worn doorframe, looks downright quaint. The house is on the outskirts of the town proper, near enough that Remus can almost taste the magic from the standing stones inside the old Roman wall, sweet and tangy in the back of his throat. There's an olive grove behind it, around it, really. And Remus wonders somewhere in the back of his addled head if that's where the olive oil came from at the market, if that's what Sirius does to earn his gold. There's a harried moment, Sirius disabling wards with a deft hand, even with a baby squalling on his chest. Before then, Remus is suddenly inside, being pushed into a squashy armchair by an empty hearth.
All right there, Mooney.
James says, his face coming into view and blocking out whatever Padfoot's doing with the baby. His baby. Their baby. Fuck. Sirius turns from where he's set the baby down on a little mat in the middle of the floor.
Yours,
he says.
Obviously.
Remus closes his eyes, his stomach rolls.
How?
The usual way, Remus.
There's a heavy, loaded pause.
I'm apparently blessed with a magical mutation.
He hears Sirius's boots squeak on the hardwood by the entry, and his eyes snap open again. The fear of Sirius disappearing into nowhere again, overwhelming his urge to hide away behind his own eyelids. But he's there, stooped over and untying his boots. Remus falls back against the chair again, head lolling to the side where the baby is looking at him, big eyes blinking, her hands curled around a gray stuffed dog, her tiny dusky pink robes with charmed, happily snoring kittens printed on, which might be the least absurd thing about this whole scene, but leaves Remus feeling hysterical. A daughter. He closes his eyes again. His mam is going to kill him.
So,
Prong says, breaking the silence with a clap of his hands.
Turns out Remus isn't dead.
He spends the night. Sirius warns him that the sofa isn't fit for sleeping on, and James reminds him that he's got a bed at Il Drago Verde waiting for him, but he can't bring himself to leave. They spent the day yesterday talking around the several elephants in the room, and he fell into an uneasy sleep with a relentless list of questions tumbling through his head, a sort of twisted way of counting sheep. He wakes much the same as he fell asleep, still too weary, and with an odd pit of despair blooming in his stomach and sending dread like ice in his veins. Still, he squints open his eyes. There's nothing to do but face the day, and whatever that brings along with it. The baby, Karina, he reminds himself, Karina Lupin, his daughter, is in a little walker, bouncing in her seat and scooting along behind Sirius, who's tidying. Actually tidying, a thing Remus didn't know Sirius Black was capable of doing. He scrubs his hand over his face and lets out an exhausted groan. The couch was the right choice, regardless of the ache in his neck from sleeping against the armrest. Leaving last night would have been impossible. There's a different kind of ache, bone deep, soul deep, that fears Sirius will disappear if he leaves, that he'll take their daughter and run off to Albania or Morocco. When he looks back at Sirius, he finds he's being watched with wary eyes.
Morning, Remus,
Sirius says. Remus lets out another groan, which pulls something like a laugh out of Sirius.
I warned you, didn't I, Bambina?
He turns toward Karina and crouches in front of her, chucks her chin, still as soft and gentle as anything.
I told him the couch wasn't fit for sleeping.
She babbles something cheerful sounding at him, and Sirius laughs, soft and low. He presses a kiss against her forehead, before he straightens and goes back to sorting through a pile of coins on the table by the front door. Remus watches him for a while, eyes still half-lidded and unfocused. He listens as Sirius keeps up a steady babble of quiet words, counting coins and reading owl mail adverts as he tosses them in the bin by the stand. Karina babbles back at him in amorphous sounds, nearish to words but not quite. She follows him, scooting along in her walker, feet slapping against the creaking wood floors, and shrieking laughs when he suddenly turns to her and pulls faces. By the time he pulls himself up to sitting, Sirius is sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of Karina, helping her sort baby crackers in an order that perhaps only makes sense to the two of them. Sirius looks up at him.
Is your back utterly destroyed?
Remus shakes his head.
No,
he says. He coughs, clears his throat, looks away and then back at the two of them. He doesn't really know what to say. Not that Sirius seems to be faring any better, quiet as he is. Karina is too busy stuffing crackers from the left pile into her mouth to even babble, and if it weren't for the sound of their breathing, the silence would be complete and utter. It's awkward, is the thing. What is he even meant to say? Last night was an explanation, and he stayed the night out of some kind of misguided fear. It seems too heavy in the morning before a coffee and a morning piss to even broach the topic, but it's sitting like a heavy weight on his chest. This child, a miracle, their daughter. He watches her for a while before he rises on creaking knees to head to the loo, trading their awkward silence for a different sort, where he spells his teeth clean and runs his wand across his stubble, letting his morning rituals ground him in the moment, taking the second he needs to breathe in and out, without his new reality sitting like a rock on his chest. Remus thinks about the grief he carried, a dark shadow over himself, as sure of it as he was that the sky was blue, that Sirius was dead. It's a cold comfort to know he's alive, more alive than Remus has seen him in years, that he made a life, both literally and metaphorically, while Remus was drowning his grief in Mongolia. He thinks about Milner, about his wife who sends him care packages and their children, happy and grinning, waving frantically in the photos he keeps in his wallet. He wanted that, or something like it. He wanted Sirius for years and years. This, he thinks, as he washes his hands and turns to open the bathroom door, is some twisted monkey's paw granting of a wish he let out into the universe at 15.
Tea, Remus?
Sirius calls down the hall. Remus wonders if Sirius's ears are sharp enough to hear the squeak of the bathroom door. He pokes his head into the little kitchen. Sirius has Karina up in a high chair with a bottle while he fiddles with the hob.
Have you got any coffee?
Sirius almost drops the kettle. He turns, eyebrows raised.
You.
I spent some time in Turkey,
Remus says by way of explanation.
And at the dig, the percolator was our favorite colleague.
I don't have a percolator,
Sirius says,
but I know where we can get an espresso to die for.
Which is how they wind up in the center of Ferenz Magica, settled in the back corner of a cafe, with cappuccinos that are, Remus thinks, divine. The silence is back between them, but it isn't as oppressive out in public, where there are other people's voices filling the void. He's content, anyway, to watch Sirius and Karina. She's a little celebrity in town, everyone stopping to give her a pat on the head or a little squeeze. Sirius is a sport about it, in a way Remus didn't think he would be. The Sirius Black he remembers spits fire at anyone who comes near the people he loves. This Sirius, this new domestic Sirius, laughs with the locals and lets them scoop her up into their arms. Not for the first time, Remus feels tossed AC, at a loss for how to speak to this Sirius, how to be around him. He's so different from the man he knew, and it's hard to find words that might work for this version of Sirius Black, one he hasn't seen in ages, not since they were maybe fourthies together out on Hogwarts grounds. Everything he starts to say dies on his tongue, withers to nothing and sits, rotting, behind his teeth.
I loved you,
he thinks as he watches Sirius pluck Karina out of some strange woman's arms.
Oh, I thought I did.
Loving Sirius Black had always been a strange burden to bear, one he shared, though the shape of his was different than James and, well, than James's at any rate. He chokes on that too. Betrayal. Pure luck, in the end, that Peter hadn't been the one hiding James and Lily inside his head. It could have been any of them. They're lucky it wasn't him. He sips his cappuccino and thinks while Sirius combs his fingers through Karina's hair and soothes her grumpy noises, making faces and conjuring little sparkling bubbles that float down into her hands. Remus wants there to be space here for him, some place where he'll fit, but there isn't. Not really. Not the way he wants. L'altro padre di Karina, a title that feels clinical even as it brings him in. He's something, but that something isn't da or papa. Not that he's earned it. Not that he has any right to it. A single day after finding out she exists. But still, there's something in him. Some part that isn't stunned dumb, that finds a little seed of envy for a life he's been denied and lets it bloom. Karina naps in the afternoon, put down in her cot with limbs akimbo and her messy pile of curls an ink-dark blot against the yellow and white floral sheet. Sirius stands by the cot for a long, quiet moment, fingers curled around the top of the railing, staring down at her with a half-smile playing at the corners of his lips. Remus, 2 steps behind him, feels his heart fill with something indescribable. It furls around his inadequacies and his anger, around the litany of what-ifs and how dare yous, pulls at the parts of him that have been falling forward into a black hole of grief and despair for ages and ages, yanks them up and out, back toward the light. He takes a breath, then another. It's Sirius, though, who turns away from her and eyes him with a speculative look.
"We should talk,"
he says. History doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. There's still a kitchen table. It's solid oak, sun-warm and time-worn. There's no vague hint of mildew permeating the place. The only smells in the flat are baby and a pot left simmering over a small flame, some kind of sauce bubbling away that'll probably simmer for hours. The clutch of bottles covering the countertop are not spent lager, but baby bottles, clean and neatly lined up on a cheerily patterned tea towel. The London racket outside is replaced by sweet-sounding songbirds, and the distant echo of children laughing somewhere in the trees sprawling out past the edge of Sirius's back garden. Sirius sits by the open window. He doesn't have a cigarette clutched between his teeth, but his eyes are just as shuttered, his face just as closed off. Remus wonders what he has to do, how he has to transfigure himself to earn the same open happiness he sees Sirius give freely to his new friends here, in Firenze. He stops that line of thinking in its tracks, takes a deep breath in, and stuffs the jealousy and inadequacies down deep, aiming for that pit he wallowed in so well for all his time in exile.
"She's lovely,"
he says instead. Sirius hums in agreement. He keeps his eyes trained somewhere to the left of Remus's face, and Remus lets him. Silence settles between them, heavy and uneasy. So much for talking.
"She's one."
"Not yet."
Sirius answers.
"May the 21st.
"Sirius."
"I didn't know it could happen."
He bursts out. His expression shifts, lips thinning out into a flat line, and it's the closest Remus thinks he's ever seen Sirius Black to shame in their shared life. Which is an odd thing in and of itself. If anything, Remus is hyper-aware of bodies doing whatever they'd like to do, regardless of what one wants. It's not nearly the same thing, but he can't help but think that the feeling of violation, of Sirius's body doing something seemingly unnatural, felt much the same as the way Remus felt as the full moon rose over the horizon every month.
"I didn't think you did."
Remus tries to keep his voice mild because there's something in the air that makes him think Sirius is more scared, cornered dog than man at this exact moment.
"I would have done a spell or something if I'd known."
Sirius mutters. He's still staring off, knees to his chest and back against the windowsill.
"I don't doubt it."
He takes the seat closest to the window, slides into the chair and lets his weary bones rest a spell there, while Sirius shifts uncomfortably on the wide window ledge.
"I'm not upset."
The words are a little funny tasting in his mouth, bitter like lies but not quite. He is upset. He deserved to know he had a child out there in the world. He certainly deserved to know before James Bloody Potter, and he's equally as mad at him, the wanker, for dragging him to Italy, fully knowing what Remus was walking into without a word of warning on his lips. But that isn't a fight to have with Sirius. And now maybe isn't the time to drag reason into Sirius's choices, not when he's halfway to flying out the window and fucking off to some other hidden place in the world. Or worse, Remus thinks, being told to go and never come back, to lose his friends so soon after resurrecting them from memory, and his miracle of a daughter in one breath before he even gets to know her. Sirius unfolds himself suddenly and stands, pacing the small kitchen with his fingers twisting together in front of him, mouth still a hard line, almost a nervous tick, if Sirius Black had such a thing. He pauses and sets the dishes to wash themselves with a flick of his wrist, and turns back toward Remus.
"She's the best thing to ever happen to me,"
Sirius says.
"And I don't regret her for 1 second, but I wouldn't have, not on purpose."
"I don't doubt it."
Remus repeats.
"Sirius, you can't possibly think."
He stops because Sirius has moved on to cleaning out the cupboard above the sink, banishing sad-looking onions into the bin, and restacking cans of crushed tomatoes in a neat line next to the beans. This, he realizes with a growing sense of awe, is a nervous Sirius Black.
I don't quite know what to think.
Sirius says,
I didn't know if you were alive or dead 3 days ago, Remus. And I'm still not entirely sure this all isn't a particularly cruel nightmare.
He stands because Sirius's tidying has moved on to the table. He sweeps his wand out in front of him, and the crumbs vanish, placemats straightening. The salt and pepper shakers hop back into their holders. The chairs, even the one Remus just left, slide neatly back into place under the table.
A cruel nightmare,
He echoes. Sirius turns that iron-barred gray stare on him.
Yes,
he says. Remus bristles.
Would you prefer if I stayed in Wales then?
What? Why the bloody hell would I want that?
If it's such a cruel nightmare to have me around, or to have me know about the child.
He still can't quite bring himself to say her name, to make his mouth form the sounds that come together to name their child. Karina, beloved, a name written in the cosmos with the second brightest star in all the sky glittering at her heart. Sirius scoffs and turns away, slipping through the doorway into the sitting room. Remus pauses, takes a breath, tries to find some equilibrium in himself and not let himself fall for it and rise to Sirius's bait.
You sound absurd, you know.
Sirius calls from the other room.
As though I don't want you here with us.
Well, I can't help it if I sound absurd. I don't know if you've noticed, but you've caught me just a bit off my guard, Sirius.
He knows it comes out sounding frustrated, half angry, and he balls his fingers into fists in his robe pockets because he's afraid they'll shake.
I don't know what kind of a stick has wedged itself so thoroughly up your arse, Remus.
You didn't tell me.
He shouts, just this side of too loud for a house with a sleeping baby. He tries to rein his volume in, but it's hard, since this feeling has been sitting like a rock on his chest for 2 days now.
You had my child and you didn't tell me.
Sirius looks up from where he's crouched, a stuffed gray dog in his hand, and a glint in his eyes that Remus doesn't like, not really.
And how the fuck was I supposed to do that?
Sirius asks. His voice is quiet, the deadly sort of haughty that's stripped of feeling. Even the swear sounds clipped and bored, and Remus wants to grab him by the robes and shake him, because he feels robbed, maybe, or wronged. He's missed so much. Missed Sirius, missed healer's appointments, watching Sirius's stomach grow, feeling her kick and move inside him, hearing her heartbeat. He missed what he's sure would have been a frantic panic that she'd come into the world as cursed as he is, buying out the shops and loading down the nursery with all manner of baby things. Her first breath, her first smile, her first word maybe. He knows so little, he doesn't even know if she said one.
A letter Sirius or a Patronus or...
Oh.
Sirius rises up to his full height in one graceful movement. The dog is still clutched steel tight in his hands, his white knuckle grip the only thing belying any sense of what he's feeling. Even his eyes are closed off, impassive gray like the very walls of Ferenz Magica.
Mail, of course. That wouldn't get intercepted or send you running here. I can't imagine which one's worse.
Whatever fight fizzled out of him reignites with that, and Remus finds himself taking an almost furious step forward.
So I wasn't to know at all. How long were you going to keep her a secret from me, Sirius? 2 years? 10? Would you tell me when she got a fucking Hogwarts letter?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sirius snaps back.
You weren't to know while we were being hunted. Merlin, forgive me for keeping her a secret from people who would like to kill her. Should I have sent in a birth announcement to the Daily Prophet as well? Have you got any brains left in there? Or were the pittance you had all left for dead in a ditch in Mongolia?
Remus flinches and looks away across the room to the empty playpad, where his daughter's small mountain of toys lay piled around the edges. He's a tumble of angry, devastated, and indescribably happy all at once. And he doesn't know how to say that to Sirius without making this worse, so he doesn't say anything at all. Instead, he turns on his heel and makes for the front door.
Oh, typical Mooney.
Sirius scoffs at his back.
Scurrying away with your tail between your legs as soon as things get too hard. Fucking. Go ahead and run, Viaco.
Remus doesn't slam the door behind him. Karina is asleep in her cot down the hall after all, and his furious anger doesn't extend to her. James finds him, because of course he does. He's sure Sirius ran to James like he always does, and he's equally sure that James, in his own predictable way, set out to make things right between them. He isn't surprised when Prongs comes strolling up to him, where he's sitting on a low stone wall at the edge of a little olive grove, feeling bad for himself. He isn't even surprised that Prongs comes with gelato, as though gelato is a balm for all the world's wounds. Plying him with sweets might have worked at Hogwarts, when his bad moods orbited around poor Marks and afternoon aches. It's a far cry from helping here and now when inside of him is tied in knots, equally furious and relieved, elated and devastated, heartbroken. Maybe heartbroken most of all.
Pistachio,
James says, holding out the paper cup. Remus takes it. A sweet mightn't help, but it certainly can't hurt. James sits down heavily on the wall next to him. Remus glances at him and his own cup of gelato that's already half eaten. He can't help the swell of fondness that threatens to overwhelm him at the sight of James Potter with chocolate smudged on the side of his mouth, looking absolutely enchanted by his sweet. He finds himself feeling grateful despite everything. A soothing balm on that place inside that was for so long a sucking black hole of grief. They're all alive. Well, not all of them. Remus pokes at the place where grief for Peter should rightfully sit, and is pleased to find none. He doesn't have the capacity, he doesn't have the room to cede ground in his broken heart for Peter Pettigrew. May he find no rest in hell.
He didn't do it on purpose, Mooney.
James isn't looking at him. He's staring forward into the olive grove, and Remus is grateful for that. He's stripped bare by his argument with Sirius, and he doesn't want to be stared at like a zoo animal.
He made it perfectly clear that he absolutely did.
Remus says. He twirls his spoon as he gathers his thoughts.
He told you, didn't he?
He told me barely fuck all.
James answers without a moment of hesitation.
If we hadn't had the mirrors, I'd know absolutely fuck all.
But you did.
We did, yeah.
James glances up at him with a frown.
Who else was he supposed? Honestly, Mooney, I don't know what to say. He didn't have a mum and a dad to check in with. It's me. I'm all he's got.
And yeah, Remus knows that. He's well aware that James is the last person Sirius has to call family, that he shouldn't begrudge him whatever small comfort talking to James offered when he was alone and probably terrified. But it still hurts. He still feels wronged, even if he knows somewhere deep down in his twisted-up insides that Sirius couldn't have known where he was, that searching him out and finding him was too big a risk.
I knew you two. Slept together that summer. I sussed it out like a niffler after a galleon. Then he turns up on the mirror, crying about being up the duff. It doesn't exactly take an arithmancer, does it?
He sighs and lets his head fall forward, chin to his chest.
And you just let me walk in blind to this?
Not my place to say, is it?
James turns to face him. There's a wrinkle in his forehead, the one that sends Remus spinning back to Hogwarts, when James would find himself in the middle of all their little tiffs.
Took every scrap of my willpower not to spew the whole thing at you in your mum's sitting room.
Remus thinks while he takes small bites of his melting gelato. He wonders if James has spent the afternoon scoping out eateries in Firenze. He has a moment of jealousy for that sort of freedom, to not be weighed down by the anger and betrayal Remus spent the last 24 hours feeling, but it's tempered by the absolute miracle of an afternoon with his daughter, all big brown eyes and a laugh that sounds like music, that rewrote every notion he ever had of love.
How'd you know about us?
He says it like there was a them to speak of, when there was just the one night, being pressed up against a sticky wall, and then later, him pressing Sirius into the sheets. James snorts.
Just that August. After everything, especially Dorcas, we were all broken, weren't we? Messes. But you, Sirius especially, there was just something. It was like He
grimaces.
This is going to sound fucked, Mooney, and I'm sorry, but he seemed at peace with dying, and I knew what that meant.
Sure, James might, but Remus doesn't. He glances over at him and shakes his head. He doesn't have the words to ask, doesn't know what to ask, but he doesn't have to. James Potter is a miracle wrapped in skin, and he knows without needing to be told.
It was you,
he says.
The last, I don't know, is it insulting to say you were the, don't know, sexy equivalent of a last meal?
Remus blinks at him. If he didn't have words before, he certainly doesn't have any now.
But I knew, after Dorcas, because he started acting differently, didn't give a fuck about running headfirst into danger, didn't seem to care about much, really. Even when he got sick, in September, kept telling me that he didn't care, that it didn't matter, and the way he kept looking at you.
James laughs around a sigh and sets his empty gelato cup down on the wall next to him.
He'd always been leagues more pathetic than me in school, but the way he looked at you changed, like he knew what he was missing.
At that, Remus can't help but let out a hollow laugh.
Must have been when I wasn't looking,
he says, thinking of Sirius's bitter words and bitter eyes, the way his lips twisted into cruelty at the drop of a hat. Sirius in the autumn of 81 was spite and vitriol, cruelty on his tongue and curses in his fingertips. James gives him a long, searching look out of the corner of his eye.
It was.
He says,
It always was since forever. Padfoot keeps his heart in a fucking Gringotts vault, Mooney.
And sure, maybe he does, but Remus isn't the one with the key. It's an absurd thought that somehow Sirius was looking at him when his back was turned all this time, that they spent years looking past each other. He doesn't say anything, not aloud, but he's never had to with James. James Potter can find his way to the heart of someone like an emotional niffler, scrounging up their feelings and hoarding them like gold. He hears the way James shifts next to him and the frustrated sigh that pushes out of him. He doesn't need to look to his side to see the cross, annoyed look on his face.
You two are the biggest wankers I've ever met,
he says.
Talk to him and listen to him for Merlin's sake.
He doesn't go back, not that afternoon or that evening. He walks through Firenze like a ghost, silent and haunting, imagining what Sirius and Karina's lives are like. Did she play with the other little ones at the park beyond the olive groves? He knows Sirius has friends here, that he's lived a whole life Remus hasn't been a part of in the last year, that he's had people who watched over him and kept him safe while his body changed, and he grew their child. Did he stop in the market to chat with his neighbors? Did the aging, rosy-cheeked man at the gelato stand know Karina by name? Remus tries to picture it as he winds his way through the cobbled streets, Sirius Black here in this little town. It's hard to reconcile the man he knew, the one made of nothing but cutting edges and sharp words, with someone at home here in this quiet place. James isn't up in their room at Il Drago Verde, which is both a blessing and a curse. The silence is a welcome thing, but he knows in his guts that James is probably curled on one end of Sirius's green sofa with a cuppa, spilling every word Remus said in the olive grove out like they were his secrets to tell. He falls face first into his bed, into sleep, and he dreams. James is there when he wakes up, face down on his own bed, arms and legs thrown wide and snoring. He lays there for a while listening to him, grounding himself back in this new version of reality. The moon is coming, days away now, and he feels the pull of it in his bones, keeping him down under the duvet and letting the spring warmth seeping in through the open windows soothe his already aching joints. The timing's shit. His patience is thin on the ground around the moon, and worse, he's got to find somewhere to bed down in just a few days so he can rip himself to shreds. He wonders if Prongs will come, if he asked. Padfoot probably would. He doesn't want to open that door, not yet, not when he still has so much he wants to say out loud, and he fears the wolf, set free from that moon-drenched cage inside him, would betray his confidence. There's always the Gobi, with Milner and nothing but an empty horizon. It's safe there, at least. That's a choice. He assumed, when he came home, that there'd be the marshes outside Godric's Hollow, or the charmed cellar at his parents' house, someplace safe and away. Morbidly, he wonders if Father Manelli saw the danger inside him before he let them into the little stone church that hid the entrance to Firenze Magica. Covers to his chin, eyes closed against the rising sun, he lays there and thinks, curled tight into a ball and searching for relief on his aching knees. This isn't how he pictured reuniting with Sirius to go, not from the moment James said he was still alive out there in the world. He wanted to run right into his arms and take his face between his hands and kiss him so thoroughly that both of them forgot their own names. He wanted to say all the things he's been whispering into the starlight, the things that have been pushing their way out of his chest since he was 14 and staring, big-eyed, at the boy who filled his dreams every night. He manages to rouse himself from bed before Prongs wakes up and takes himself to that same small cafe he spent the afternoon in yesterday. He orders a cappuccino in piss-poor Italian and settles in at a table near the back. He sits and wonders how he can fix the mess he's made. He tries to separate the shock from the anger, to sift them apart and store them away, to leave space for the wonder the universe dropped in his lap. A daughter, his, theirs. A child with his eyes and his nose and maybe one day his same freckles on her pale skin. A bright light in the darkness of war, one that Sirius kept safe, under the best protection he could find. A beautiful, curious little girl with a gummy grin and wispy dark baby curls that fell out of her hair ribbons and still looked perfect, all askew. Remus doesn't want to lose her. He doesn't want to lose Sirius either. He can't help but feel like he already has.
An apology,
He thinks.
at least to start.
He knocks on Sirius's door just before lunchtime. He still feels awkward and wrong-footed, but feels better after their conversation yesterday, and hopes that today at least will go the same. Sirius opens the door with Karina already wrapped up against his chest.
Hi.
He sounds softer, kinder than he has in the last 2 days. Hell, softer than he has since they left Hogwarts, since they joined the Order, since the world came tumbling down around them.
Hi,
Remus echoes. Karina, for her part, makes a sleepy cooing noise that devolves into babbling. Sirius glances down at her and bounces gently, one hand on her back and the other pushing her hair away from her face. Remus's heart melts in his chest. He starts but stops as soon as Sirius looks back up, squinting against the bright afternoon sun.
If she's tired, we don't have to.
Sirius shakes his head, cutting him off before he can start to ramble, and for that, Remus is grateful.
She's just up from a nap. She'll probably fall asleep again if given half a chance.
He tickles her cheek with one long finger and Karina giggles.
Won't you, Principessa?
They don't go into the olive grove. Remus thought Sirius might veer off into the trees. There's privacy there, and while they managed a single conversation without shouting at each other yesterday, there was no guarantee that today would go the same. He hates it. He hates how angry he feels sometimes, how wronged. He hates how Sirius gets around him, equal parts jumpy and defensive, like they're still in the middle of a war, and not trying to iron out the crumpled remains of their lives. Remus isn't trying to lay blame at Sirius's feet. He understands. James helped him work it out, but he knew it somewhere in his own head before the screaming even started. Of course, Sirius couldn't tell him. Of course, there wasn't a safe way to get in touch. And here now, Sirius says it without hesitation to anyone in Firenze Magica who asks, "This is Remus Lupin, l'altro padre di Karina." They wind up the cracked pavement toward the town center, where the buildings get taller and closer together and the trees disappear entirely. He's got so many questions rattling around in his head, things he wants to ask about Sirius and Karina's life here. The biggest question, the one that's been keeping him up at night, if there's a place for him in this little life of theirs, rattles in his head as they wander past the gelato shop and a bakery, up past the front doors of Mago Errante, the place Sirius says feels like a second home to him. It seems heavy and loaded to ask him in the middle of the street, so he doesn't. He keeps quiet as Sirius waves at a gaggle of little old witches sat clustered around a table outside a trattoria, waits beside him with his hands shoved in his pockets, when Sirius stops at a cart to chat with the shopkeeper and trade a few silver coins for a few vials of something blue and shimmery that he slips into his pocket. They step back onto the pavement and make their way down past the greengrocer. Karina's babbling has quieted down. Remus cranes his neck to peer over Sirius's shoulder and down at her face where she's resting against Sirius's chest. Her eyelids are drooping, barely fluttering open when they open at all. She looks so content there, against her dad. Safe, in a world that's never felt safe before.
You're quiet today,
Sirius observes. He shrugs, which isn't fair, because Sirius can't see him from where he is, 2 steps ahead of Remus and looking forward. That ancient feeling stab of jealousy rears its ugly head again, because he can't stop himself thinking he'd know if I were James.
I'm not sure what to say exactly.
Sirius hums.
All worn out from your castigations, are you?
There isn't a bite to his words, but they sting anyway. He isn't wrong. It's a challenge for him to see things from Sirius's point of view, to try and look through his eyes at the whole of the situation. If their positions were reversed, Remus isn't sure he would have had the ability to be so damn strong. Sirius spent the last 1.5 years alone, in a foreign place, dealing with a war looming over his shoulder and a price on his head, pregnant against all odds, giving birth, thinking that Death Eaters could come flying out of the dark at any moment, keeping a child safe and secret from their entire world, watching over her because she's still so small in the scale of human life. He tries to put himself in Sirius's shoes. He can't imagine it, thinks he would have collapsed under the weight of it. He almost collapsed under the weight of his own isolation, and that was without navigating a pregnancy and then protecting a child. But instead of drowning in despair, Sirius is here, standing strong and saying buongiorno to old witches out for their morning walks while he strokes their sleepy daughter's curls. Their silence stretches too long, he supposes, because Sirius stops and turns to face him.
Or you're gearing up for round 3,
he says warily. Remus sighs.
I'm not.
Sirius spares him a look over his shoulder and a flick of his hair that triggers a cascade of 1,000 memories falling over him like a landslide. That flash of hair, those same wary eyes, in smoky pubs and on street corners, in the Hogwarts library out by the lake, in Hogsmeade well past curfew. It tumbles over him, drowns him in what used to be and what could have been. What was, he supposes, briefly for a single night. He thinks about the last year and a half, the nights spent weeping, and the loneliness that embedded itself so deeply inside him that the ache of missing Sirius became something that thrummed along in his blood as regular as his heartbeat. He thinks about what James said to him just yesterday, on that low wall by the walking path in the midst of the olive trees, that for all of James's lack of tact, he'd all but said that Remus was Sirius's last wish, at least then, in those fraught and dangerous moments before they scattered like cockroaches into the night. Remus wonders again if there's space for him here, if there's a place with Sirius and Karina where he can fit. He loves her already, instantly, from the ends of her curls to her small little toes, and being just some distant other father halfway across the globe weighs heavy on his chest. He supposes if there's going to be, healing has to start somewhere. And while he's always been a proud person, he's always been the first of the marauders to cave.
Prong spoke to me yesterday.
Sirius hums.
So he said.
And that jerks Remus right back into irritation. Of course, Sirius already knew. He probably knew before Remus had even managed to walk back to the hotel, because there's no secrets between Padfoot and Prongs, not like the rest of them, not like... Well, he doesn't want to go down that road. Even thinking about Peter is hard, the pain of betrayal twisted up in grief and disbelief. He takes one steadying breath and then another, watches Sirius watch him with steel-shuttered gray eyes. He thinks about what Prongs said in the olive grove.
He'd always been leagues more pathetic than me in school.
A discordant, nonsensical thing. A secret exchanged in place of an apology, even if Remus didn't quite believe it.
Talk to him and listen.
So he clears his throat, lets his eyes slide down to Karina, where she's happily mashing the remains of some blueberries between her palms, and then looks back up, quick enough to catch something other than iron in Sirius's eyes. He can't quite place what he sees there, and he doesn't try.
So,
he starts.
How did you settle on Italy?
They talk. It's slow and like pulling teeth there on that first afternoon. Sirius weaving through the center of Firenze with Remus at his heels, hanging on every word of Sirius's journey from Dover to the front door of Father Manelli's church. He's almost dizzy from thinking of how terrifying it must have been for Sirius, how they both landed in places where they found friends and found safety, but no amount of his own personal paranoia could measure up. Sirius's bravery in the face of certain death, his ability to carry on when there was nothing left. There's stops and starts, interruptions from all sorts of locals that make Remus want to bare his teeth and growl. The silver-caged wolf in his head howling mine as a man about their age with a small leather bag on his hip and a stack of newsprint in his arms stops and lays a kiss both on Karina's head and Sirius's cheek, as though he's got a claim, a right of any kind to either of them. He sees the way Sirius lights up from the inside, storm gray turning to starlight, when he spots a woman in crimson robes standing on the cobbled street by the apothecary. He hears,
Buongiorno, Rosalia.
And it sounds like a wholly different Sirius Black in a different lifetime. There's real cheer in his voice, the effect of haughty boredom that laced Sirius's every word in childhood gone, the sharpened edges and smoke-thick hoarseness of the war vanished, and what's left is this strange man who Remus sometimes wonders who he is, exactly. They cross the road after, past the post office and the butcher, down toward where the buildings thin out in the other direction, giving way to rolling hills filled with grapevines. Karina's long abandoned her mushy blueberries in favor of the strands of Sirius's hair that have fallen free of his hair tie. She clutches at them in her fingers, watches with a furrowed look of concentration on her face that makes Remus think about himself, baby pictures of him when he was small, the way her dark eyebrows knit together and her mouth opens in a little O, like she's conducting an experiment. Sirius lets her tug at him for a bit while they walk, a pinched look appearing on his face when she pulls particularly hard, and it's only then that he frees his hair from her hands and says, sternly but still kindly,
"No, Stelina, that hurts."
Remus watches them there beside them. He's not a part of this. He doesn't know if there's room for him. He's not sure it's worth it to try. Not when Sirius is so happy here, something he'd never been back home. Not even under Flea and Mia's doting hands. Not at Hogwarts. Even those grins were razor sharp, and his kindness was covered in spikes. But this Sirius, this loving Sirius, holds their daughter close and absently kisses the crown of her head like he's done it so often it's habit. This Sirius is someone remade, a phoenix from the ashes, not steel forged in the fire of war and human misery. Does he belong here? He wonders if he'd find peace with that answer. If he could walk off back to the front gate of Father Manelli's church and leave Sirius and Karina here, if he could leave his heart here, a secret hidden away in Firenze Magica, and be content to know that they're happy, that they're whole, he's not sure. He'd rather they came home, build a life where he can share it, where they've got weekends walking through Hyde Park like tourists and buying each other shiny baubles when they think the other isn't looking. He thinks of Sirius before, all fire and flame, teeth and fangs and anger. He loved him, unabashedly but privately, and it was enough to keep him going in the dark times. He wonders now, watching Sirius tap the tip of Karina's nose and deftly dodge her flailing hands, how he'll be able to go through his life always at least an arm's length away. He still loves him, after all. Maybe more now than then. Maybe now more than ever. One walk turns into dinner, turns into another night on Sirius Black's lumpy sofa. He watches Karina and Sirius both with rapt attention, drinking in their everything. He watches quietly while Sirius hums and preps bottles, while he plays with Karina on the floor, while he sings her to sleep, old witching hour songs that define their shared boyhood, and now, here, lull their daughter to sleep. The morning brings the sun and Karina standing on her own 2 feet, palms flat on the coffee table in front of him, staring at him with those big doe eyes of hers. She smiles at him, big and gummy, and his heart shatters and melts in turn. This tiny miracle of theirs.
Good morning.
He rumbles at her, still sleep hoarse and blinking dreams out of his eyes.
Bah.
She answers, smacking one palm against the table. She wobbles, he worries.
"Stelina."
Sirius's voice wafts in from the kitchen.
"Leave Papa alone, let him sleep."
And it's there on Sirius Black's lumpy sofa in the mid-morning on a Thursday that Remus cracks in too, because he's had this dream before. This exact thing, with the Sprog waking him up and Sirius cracking eggs in the kitchen. He wonders, not for the first time, if he conjured this through sheer will, through pure intention magic, without an incantation or a wand. If it's his fault, more than the usual way, that she exists at all. He swallows around the lump in his throat.
She's fine.
He manages. Sirius pokes his head out of the kitchen.
"She's a little marauder in training. I know she's up to no good."
He grins, watching her slap her hand down again.
"See? Causing trouble already. There's a good little lass."
I'm sure Professor McGonagall put a bit more than a dash of the strong stuff in her tea the evening she appeared in the Book of Names.
Sirius laughs. It's still a barking laugh, sharp and loud, but there's something else to it. Some kind of airy quality that never existed before.
"Well, it's your skin she'll be coming for,"
he says.
"Karina Isabella Lupin doesn't lead her straight to me."
Nor to me, really.
He yawns and levers himself up to sitting. Sirius cocks his head to the side, every inch a wary dog who's caught a scent.
"Who else would it lead to?"
I don't know, Sirius. Just someone else.
Until he met Milner, he lived with an ever-present fear that he'd pass his affliction onward, and a child was just a dream he had, one that felt more fantastical and unreachable than the endless march of the others, with Sirius curled against him or himself, staring up at the full moon.
"Do you even—"
Sirius starts to explode. Remus can see it in the way his lip curls and his expression shifts, but he looks away from him and down, toward where Karina is still happily slapping at the coffee table, and he takes a deep, calming breath.
"Do you not like her name?"
he asks.
It's lovely,
he says, cautious now, overthinking every word.
"Karina's a lovely constellation."
Sirius is all closed in now, crossed arms and crossed ankles, leaning against the doorframe, doing his best imitation of someone who isn't bothered. Remus knows better, knows him, almost as well as he knows anyone.
She's got the second brightest star on Earth inside her.
I know that, Sirius.
Just because they use stars doesn't mean I don't. It's my tradition as much as theirs. I have a right to it as well.
It's just not what I think McGonagall would assume leads back to me is all.
He says.
It's not any deeper than that.
One dark eyebrow raises on Sirius's forehead.
She couldn't possibly imagine that we'd ever have a child, you mean?
This, Remus feels, is going somewhere he doesn't mean it to. He holds up his hands in surrender.
Sirius, that's... You and I both know it's exceptionally rare that you even can carry children. And she can't possibly know that you could.
There's potions.
He points out, which is true, of course, but really beside the point.
She's a lovely girl with a lovely name,
Remus says. He's stubbornly trying to sound final, but from the challenge glinting in Sirius's eyes, he isn't sure if he's hit the mark. Sirius grunts out something like an affirmation. He pushes off the doorframe and takes 3 long strides to Karina, scoops her up and tucks her head under his chin.
There's eggs,
he says before he turns on his heel and disappears back into the kitchen. Remus gets the feeling that he's gone and ruined something without knowing what it is he's ruined. He doesn't get up, doesn't join them in the kitchen. He's not that hungry after all, not with the growing sense of dread sending his stomach into somersaults. They spend the day together. Sirius takes a blanket out into the sun-soaked back garden, long after Remus finally worked up enough courage to look him in the eye again. They set up under a particularly broad olive tree with a pile of toys for Karina. Sirius leans back against the tree with his ankles crossed and his eyes closed. For a long time, Remus watches him and her in equal measures, eyes sliding from one head of black hair to the other, until Karina crawls into Sirius's lap and curls against his stomach. He still watches them for a while, some kind of longing leaving a real ache in his chest. He wants to curl up beside them, to stroke his fingers over Karina's soft baby hair and press his lips against Sirius's temple. For all that he fought to live through a war and all that came after, he'd die happily there, with that as his last memory. The sun starts to sink toward the western horizon before Sirius stirs, eyes blinking open against the light and peering down at Karina, who's fallen asleep with her fingers in her mouth and one hand curled into the fabric of Sirius's robes.
You two are a picture,
Remus says. It's an olive branch, an offering at Sirius's altar. He hums in assent and rubs at Karina's back.
Do you hate her name?
He asks.
I told you I didn't.
Yes.
Sirius agrees.
But is that the truth?
It's beautiful,
Remus says.
Then why don't you ever say it?
Sirius asks. Remus cuts himself off, defense dying in his throat, because for all that he wants to deny it, Sirius is right. He's called her so many things aloud, but none of them are her name. He's not sure why it sticks in his throat, why Karina feels like an incantation he's afraid to utter. Names have power, hers maybe most of all. Whatever's been simmering under Sirius's skin seems to come to a boiling point then, there under the olive tree, and he lets out a noise that's pure frustration.
You won't hold her either. Don't think I haven't noticed.
He hitches her up against him, voice still a low rumble in the quiet of the garden. He's angry, but the baby's sleeping. The Sirius of before would have shouted, "Baby be damned," had done around Harry often enough.
Sirius.
No.
Sirius interrupts.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually, because she's the best thing that's happened to me in my entire wretched life, and I'm not going to apologize for having her, or keeping her safe, or keeping her from you, or whatever absurd fiction you've cooked up in your daft head.
Sirius.
Remus says louder now.
She's a miracle, she's beautiful, she's...
Ours.
Sirius cuts in.
Yours and mine together. I see you in her every time I look at her. All I wanted for the last year and a bloody half was to have you here, to know her, to love her alongside me, to be with us. But I'm some fuck-off villain in your head, twirling my moustache and conspiring to hide her away. I thought you were dead. Did you know that?
And I knew you were, so forgive me for needing a moment to absorb this all.
Remus throws his hands out, motioning at all of everything. Firens, this new, strange Sirius who is covered in fewer spikes for everyone but him, the child in his arms.
You've had a moment,
he says.
And I thought, maybe, dreamed really that one day we'd both get to watch her learn to fly or cast her first spell or say her first damn word, take her first step. But you don't care about any of it, do you?
Of course I do.
Then say her name.
He swallows.
Karina.
He says soft and sweet, and it feels like magic.
Karina Lupin.
Sirius settles back against the tree.
McGonagall needn't worry anyhow,
he says, his big hand rubbing gently against Karina's tiny back.
I'd like to keep her here. Send her to St. Benedict's. Can't imagine sending her to board so far away.
Remus whips his head back around to stare at him.
You're not coming home?
Sirius shakes his head just a little, that sort of disbelieving incredulity that echoes backwards in time to before the war tore them asunder. He meets Remus's gaze, holds it for longer than they've looked at each other in years.
I'm already home, Remus.
Chapter 5, Sync. Now, it's too easy in the end to make the choice of least resistance. Remus's life has been a series of choices made for him, of resistance, meaning rejection, and of choosing to let things slip away out of his hands. It isn't hard for him to choose that again, not when the moon is hanging heavy in the sky, waxing larger every night, and Sirius saves his claws for Remus while he tucks them in for everyone in this new home of his. It's a fool's endeavor to try to catch a star. He waits, quiet and pensive, with his eyes closed and his heart sick for James to put out the gas lamp by his bed in their shared hotel. He waits until he hears the huffing snuffles of a sleeping James Potter, and then he opens his eyes. Running's easy. He's made for it. He repacks his meager clutch of things into his traveling bag and slings it over his shoulder. James snores loudly in the other bed, murmuring about raspberries and Lily's hair. Remus lets himself smile one small, fond smile. His friends, alive and whole. That's all he wanted. That's all he dared to hope for in those darkest times. He leaves a folded sheet of parchment on the pillow and slips out into the night, out of Il Drago Verde, out of Firenze. The moon is calling. He doesn't belong here. Mongolia is quiet, the hustle and bustle of Wizard Square notwithstanding at least, but he spends not more than a scant 20 minutes before he's on his way back to the dig, apparating in fits and starts. He doesn't let himself stop for long, not wanting to think, not wanting to give himself the opportunity to turn back and look at the past he's leaving behind, or the future that could have been. It's strange. He's used to rejection. It's something that's been as much of a part of Remus's life as his lungs or his limbs, but this hurts. Breathing hurts. The echoing memories knocking around his skull make his head ache. Remus supposes that no one's ever been able to hurt him quite as well as Sirius Black, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. He stops a half-mile out from their camp to take deep, steadying breaths and try to pull his composure back around himself like a blanket. The moon is biting at his heels already, thinning his patience, and is bringing every awful thought he's ever had to the surface. That's nothing new. It's part and parcel of being Remus Lupin. The current devastation, though, is unlike anything he's ever felt before. Leaving was right. He knows that. Sirius doesn't need him. There isn't space for him there, in Firenze, in the little flat with a bright blue door and his whole heart kept safe inside it. He could stay, sure, throw himself on Sirius's spikes and bleed out from wanting to fit. He can't square a circle. He can't make himself something wanted when it's clear to him that Sirius is doing just fine without him. Better than fine. He's got a whole life that Remus isn't part of. Plans for far enough in the future that he's thinking about Karina's schooling, those choices made without him and with no space for him. There's no thought of Sirius's dusty, abandoned flat in Camden, not a little stone cottage in Wales near his mam and da. No talk of a house in the Hollow or any room for Remus in that little flat in Firenze. No consideration, really, that Remus might have already daydreamed about their daughter done up in red and gold, breath coming out in frosty puffs as she chases her housemates across the wide-open lawn at Hogwarts in the winter. At least here now in Mongolia, Remus has a place and a purpose. It's not what he wants, not when he's left everything behind. But Wales will be there waiting. His mam and da will be there when his funding runs dry and he has to tuck tail and scurry back home. Maybe James and Lily will still be there, arms open. If they don't wind up in Firenze themselves, because James will always have a place with Sirius, that was a pact made with blood under a crimson canopy when they were all too small to understand how that sort of magic worked. Remus didn't get blood oaths. He got a half-desperate shag on one of the worst nights of their lives, curling tendrils of cigarette smoke and stilted accusations.
"Where do you go when you disappear?"
Sirius asked that night long ago. Remus answered him then, spilled his guts there in Sirius's sheets. He wonders as he scrubs at his eyes and braces himself to apparate again, what it would be like to be trusted.
What happened?
Milner stops with his arm still holding up the tent flap, staring at Remus with his lips in a grim line and his eyebrows drawn together. Remus hasn't had a chance to properly sit down. His boots are still on. He hasn't even lit the camp stove. He's certainly not ready for the 3rd degree, and his patience, little that he has, is thin this close to a full moon.
What do you mean?
Milner waves a hand at him.
You weren't supposed to come back.
To that, Remus raises an eyebrow.
I wasn't.
No,
Milner says, his voice is verging on shouty. Remus doesn't blame him, not entirely, because the moon rules them both and makes them both short-tempered and furious as she fills. And tonight, the moon will rule them both entirely.
I just took a leave to see my Mamanda.
and your friends, and your whole freedom fighter brigade, and the whole life you've been running from.
Milner crosses his arms.
Ngozi and I aren't stupid, you know. We know you're hiding. We're hiding. You're a defense researcher, Remus, not an archaeologist.
Remus lets out a frustrated huff of air and sends a too-strong incendio at the camp stove. The log inside promptly bursts into foot-high flames that he scrambles to tame.
They're all alive, my friends,
he says.
And that's bad.
Milner asks. His face is twisted up in confusion, and Remus doesn't blame him.
No.
Remus flinches at a loud crackle from the fire.
They were marked for death by Voldemort. They survived.
I don't understand.
Milner lets the tent flap fall as he steps fully inside. Remus resigns himself to talking about it. He does not want to talk about it. He lets out a sigh and collapses into his armchair, the orange, wide-backed monstrosity that came with the tent. He scrubs a hand over his face and tries to gather his thoughts.
I have a child.
He says it's the truth, the crux of it, the heart, everything, in 4 words. When he looks up, Milner's staring at him. His mouth is still that same thin line, eyebrows still drawn, confusion coloring his every line and wrinkle.
You've never said...
I didn't know.
Remus admits, voice breaking.
I didn't... Sirius, my, friend, I suppose, been in love with him since 3rd year.
He looks away, bites at the side of his lip, and tries to push the shame down.
We had a fling, I suppose, a night, a goodbye.
He can't look at Milner, not then. It's shameful. All of it, but the running maybe most of all. He's a brave soul when it's life or death, but a coward in this.
Ah,
there's softness there now. Remus thinks Milner might understand without him having to say every painful word.
And you've been soundly rejected.
Soundly.
Milner falls into the other, matching armchair. He sighs and shoots Remus a pitying look.
I can't say I've got any idea what that feels like.
And he couldn't. The cards they've been dealt are 2 entirely different hands.
Do you want to talk about it?
No.
Remus says around a weary sigh.
Not today.
Tomorrow, then.
Milner says.
We won't be in any state.
Even better.
He levels a stern look at Remus and summons 2 bottles of ale from Remus's kitchenette.
You can't run from me if you're laid up.
Moonrise comes slowly and all at once. It doesn't sneak up on him, not the way headaches and back pain and the general passage of time tend to. He feels the pull long before the moon starts to creep its way over the horizon. When the bone-deep ache gets too strong, when the moonlit cage inside him starts to crack apart, that's when Milner puts a hand on his shoulder and gives a sharp nod. They apparate. Magic hurts right before the transformation. Everything hurts, but magic hurts the most. He doesn't blame werewolf packs for shunning wands and incantations in the moments before the moon rises over the horizon. They strip, back to back. Wands and clothes go in a satchel and up a saxaul tree with its branches twisted in a loose helix. Easy to find, tomorrow. Easy to circle back to, tonight. Remus kneels naked in the sand and closes his eyes against the blackening night sky, against the first sliver of the moon rising up over the horizon to the east. Then the moonlight cage inside him bursts open under the night sky. He looks up, eyes searching as the pain begins to pull him under, but it's spring. Sirius isn't there to watch over him, long gone to keep watch over the southern skies. It's fitting, he thinks, and it's the last thing Remus Lupin thinks until the moon sets behind the dunes to the west and sunlight starts to streak the sky. He wakes up post-transformation to the utter silence of the Gobi. The wind whipping by his face muffles the only other sound, Milner groaning somewhere off to his left. He lays there for a while, palms down against the sand under his hands, and does his post-transformation inventory. 10 toes, and they all wiggle. 10 fingers do the same. He can breathe without much difficulty, so no broken ribs. There's an ache blooming in his shoulder, the red-hot pain of a deep scrape somewhere by his knee. He thinks his left ankle's swollen, but he doesn't have the energy to lift himself up onto his elbows to find out. Body accounted for, he lets himself slip back into his thoughts, rummaging around in the dusty, dark space where last night's memories unfurl as he pokes at them. Running, so much running. Milner's black snout streaked with silver, the snapping of teeth. That's the ache in his shoulder, when he took a tumble down a dune and slammed against a rocky outcropping somewhere toward the bottom. They chased a polecat and a gazelle through the scrub, jostled each other as they ran after a lizard over the dunes, howled together at the full moon hanging huge and low in the sky. Transformation is never a comfort. Oblivion can be sometimes, and he's silently thankful for it. A night without questions, without doubting. The wolf doesn't think about much at all. They've circled back to the Saxol tree. He sees it 10 paces away, close enough for a wandless summoning charm that brings their satchel back into his waiting, trembling hand. Magic doesn't make his muscles ache like it did before the moon rose, but here, laying in the cold sand while his body knits back together, everything hurts. At least this is rote. He tries to heal his own shoulder with a flick and a twist. The scrape on his knee gets a sharp episky. The ankle can wait. Will wait, because exhaustion is creeping over him, pulling darkness over his eyes, and he lets himself fall back into the sand and fade back into a dreamless sleep. He wakes the second time to Milner pulling a blanket over him, rustled out of the depths of his little charmed satchel. He groans, lets out another, louder pained noise when Milner grabs his bad shoulder and levers him up. Remus bites down on the inside of his cheek, pain blooming and copper spilling, because Milner's right to move him. They aren't fur-covered any longer, and the chill on the desert at sunrise is too much for thin-skinned men.
Steady on, Lupin,
he says. It's the only warning Remus gets before the air is sucked out of his lungs and the world collapses to nothing but a single point of darkness. He breathes again, drowns a groan of pain in an half-hearted cough, and lets Milner limp them both into the warmth of his tent. He collapses onto his camp bed and curls under the covers. There's a crackle of flame from the wood stove, the fire being started, and the mattress dips under Milner's weight sitting down on it.
So,
he says, he sounds tired, but that's never stopped him from anything.
I've seen your ankle. That's the day in bed at least, which means you can't run from me.
Remus groans.
And if I don't want to talk about it?
Tough shit, Lupin.
The tip of Milner's wand digs into his shoulder and finishes the shoddy healing job Remus did on himself after moonset.
I've got some ditiny to barter for the whole story, if that makes you feel better spilling your guts.
And it does. So he does, in fits and starts, as the sun rises steadily higher in the sky. The whole of it, from the little office in Dover, seeing his Da again, all the way through James and Lily, through Moody and Gideon and the endless parade of visitors. He has to conjure a glass of water, parched and scratchy-throated, by the time he gets to going to Ferenz with James, seeing Sirius in the square, knowing without being told that Karina is his. Then is the hard part, the thing he dreads the most, explaining how it feels to be caught in the solar storm of loving Sirius Black, of loving him despite his rough-hewn edges, and how it felt to see him pulled apart and remade, a phoenix from the ashes of their former shared life, about how beautiful Karina is with her rosy cheeks and her soft baby curls, how curious she is, how happy, how there isn't any space for him, how he's got nothing to offer them, even if there were. Milner listens, silent and still, not even picking at the loose threads on the duvet. When he's done, when he's split himself open and shown Milner his most vulnerable parts, he looks up. He doesn't want to meet Milner's eyes. He doesn't want to see the pity that he knows will be there. There couldn't be anything else, not when Remus has shown his own rotted-out core.
For what it's worth,
Milner says, breaking the silence that's fallen over them in the tent. It's full light now, maybe going on midday, and exhaustion is leaking into Milner's voice.
I think you're wrong.
About what?
There's another pause, and Remus dares to look at his face. There's trepidation there, a careful look on Milner's face as though he's trying to soothe a scared dog.
About all of it, Remus,
he says. Remus sleeps. The day after the moon is always a loss, but this one feels different. He isn't just shut up in bed under 3 quilts and a duvet to manage the aches. There's something deeper this time, a marrow-deep pain from losing out to the worst parts of him, to the fear and the doubt that's eaten at him since he was old enough to understand what he was. He sleeps, he licks his wounds, he comes back into himself slowly. Thirst hits him first, solved by summoning a glass of water. Then later, hunger. There's noise outside his tent, low talking, the clanking of cookware that heralds an evening meal. He wonders whose turn it is to cook, if it's worth hobbling his way out of the tent on his still tender ankle and his moon-aching knees. The choice is made for him, though, just after the sun sinks under the horizon, and the noise outside the tent reaches a bit of a fever pitch, and moments later, the flap to his tent flies open.
Lupin,
Milner says, poking his head past the privacy screen and gaze landing firmly on Remus, huddled under the covers. He's too sunbright for a moonsick evening.
There you are, still laying around in bed. Up and at 'em, soldier.
Milner manhandles him up and into his dressing gown, the warm one meant for deep winter that he keeps out even in the middle of summer for after the transformation. He holds his shoulders out at arm's length, scrutinizes him, and nods just once.
What's going on?
Remus asks. He sounds slurred to his own ears, still blinking back exhaustion.
You'll do,
Milner says. He glances over his shoulder, back to the tent flap and the sounds drifting in.
I just want you to know, before we go out there, that I told you so.
Milner looks at him one last time, nods, turns Remus around in his slippers, and marches him to the doorway. Remus doesn't expect, at all, not in his wildest dreams, to push open the front flap of his tent and see Sirius Black holding court around the fire pit in the middle of their camp, bundled against the chill of the Mongolian evening in thick, deep crimson robes. He's a sight, hair loose against his shoulders, and curls framing the sharp angles of his jaw, bright eyes reflecting the firelight and the last vestiges of the dying sun on the horizon. Remus pauses, freezes, stops entirely, his body not really able to move forward or back, caught between dual pulls of retreat into darkness and go forward into the light. He wonders for a split second where Karina is, if she's tucked into a spare cot somewhere in Firenze, or if she's being poked and prodded by little Harry, kept safe with James and Lily, before he sees the bundle of equally dark red in Okonkwo's arms, tiny mittened hands reaching up toward her face, and he can't help but gape a little.
Remy Lou.
It's Zaya who gives him up, calls out to him as though she's cheerfully letting him know about his visitor, and not like the very sight of him is enough to gut him like a fish. He can't help but take a half step back into the shadows of his tent as Sirius's eyes fly up to find him.
Mooney,
he says like a sigh in the wind, and that name here is a bittersweet balm on his broken parts.
Sirius.
He flicks his gaze back to Okonkwo, who's cooing at the mass of blankets and robes and tiny pink mittens and boots in her arms.
What are you doing here?
There's a little huff, gravel crunching under Sirius's old boots. They were ancient, half-falling apart things when he bought them from the second-hand store on the corner of Diagon and Nocturne in the 70s. As he moves toward him, Remus resists his instinct to flee. He manages to stay planted there, half inside the flap to his tent, the warmth of his wood stove escaping through the open canvas.
You left?
Sirius says. Remus swallows, throat thick, and looks up at the moon, rising fat and heavy against the horizon to the east as the last rays of the sun slip away in the west.
Full moon.
So it was.
He watches Remus's face for a while, lips a thin line, eyes narrowed. He leans into Remus's ear, close enough that the ends of his curls brush along Remus's shoulder, that his breath ghosts along the shell of Remus's ear, and goosebumps rise to life along his arms at the feel of it.
That isn't a reason to run, Mooney,
he says.
At least not from me.
He wants to ask the question, but it gets lodged in his too thick throat, caught sharp between denials and begging. He saw a glimmer in Sirius's eye before he leaned in and feels the way the air is charged static between them, magic prickling against his senses and sparkling against the back of his eyelids. Sirius Black came to Mongolia, for him, against all odds.
Sirius,
Sirius shushes him, a sound like sugar being poured onto glass. His boot comes up between Remus's slipper-clad feet, one leg weaseling in between both of his, and Gods, what a sight they probably are, he thinks dimly, as Sirius leans back just far enough to look down into Remus's face.
You weren't supposed to leave,
He says.
We could have run together under the moonlight.
What about Karina?
Natalia and Tarzia would have watched her.
A beat, Sirius's eyes flick downward, then back up.
That's hardly the point, and you know it.
What's the point then?
He shifts, takes a half step back, but Sirius takes a whole step forward and crowds against him. Remus sucks in a shuddering breath.
You left.
The tip of Sirius's tongue darts out. Remus swallows, gaze following the way it sweeps along his bottom lip.
You weren't meant to leave. We were in the middle of a row.
Seems like the exact time to leave to me.
He manages to force out. Sirius hums.
I thought we were getting somewhere, and then I wake up and you're gone, off again into nowhere. Prongs told me I'm an idiot.
Sirius interrupts.
That I lock my heart up tighter than a mermaid's arsehole. Can you believe that wanker? That I'm a mean bastard son of a bitch when I haven't gotten what I want. That I mightn't have been as obvious as I thought all this time, and that I'm the only person he knows that thinks of rowing as foreplay.
He spares an incredulous look at Remus while he carries on, too quiet to be heard by the peanut gallery behind them, but still, Remus is acutely aware that his colleagues are staring at the two of them.
And I said, Prongs, even if that knob never noticed how I followed him about like a lovesick puppy, there's little that could be more obvious than my having his fucking child, is there? I went through all of that, because she was a part of him, and a part of me, both of us together in the most precious gift the universe ever gave me.
Sirius twists his fingers in the sleeve of Remus's robe, steps in impossibly closer, so close that Remus is almost cross-eyed, looking up into his face.
But apparently you never realized, and still haven't. I haven't been clear.
Clear about?
Remus's question is cut off by Sirius dipping his head down and pressing his lips against Remus's. Distantly, in a different galaxy across the campsite, Banks lets out a whistle. Remus feels his cheeks heat, knows he's going ruddy from his forehead to his chest, but he's waited forever for this and can't bring himself to give a damn what anyone else thinks. He's thought about it since third year, dreamed of it since he knew enough to dream of these kinds of things. He's felt Sirius's lips on his before, but this has nothing on that hurried snog outside the club in 81, nothing on the frantic pulling off of each other's muggle clothes in Sirius's flat, nothing on the dreams he's had in the year and a half since then. But really kissing Sirius Black, having him mean it, it is a revelation. He aches from the full, his knees are screaming at him to sit down, but everything else is begging him to hold on, to wind his arms around Sirius's neck and keep him there. For once in Remus's blighted life, he listens to his instincts, and the little noise that pulls itself out of Sirius's throat, guttural and possessive, is enough to set his nerves on fire. He hangs on for dear life, thoughts blissfully paused, and lets himself be bewitched by Sirius's soft lips and careful hands that find their way to the front of his robes. He clutches onto Remus's collar for a moment before slipping back and back until one hand is cupping the back of his head, fingers threaded through his hair, and the other, a lovely weight against the side of his cheek. Sirius takes that last half step closer, crowding in until they're pressed together chest to thigh, barely an atom between them. The air is gone from Remus's lungs, evaporated, and his heart beats uneven in his chest, a rapid-fire beat that feels like music, like a symphony playing discordant behind his ribs. There's Sirius's thumb on his chin, pressing down, urging Remus to open his mouth and let him in, to get impossibly closer. Remus feels like he's drowning, fighting against a lifetime of wanting crashing over his head, losing himself in the feeling of Sirius's fingers on his cheek, his palm warm against the stubble on his chin, the way he feels like he's in free fall, with Sirius licking into his mouth. He's safe there, cradled like a precious gift. There's no spikes, just the pleasant rumble of Sirius groaning, muffled against Remus's own lips, felt more than heard. Sirius pulls back. Remus chases after him, after lips and destiny and a decade of wanting. There's a laugh, fangless. He daren't open his eyes. He wonders in the small part of his mind that still can manage it, if he's still dreaming out there in the bitten cold sand of the Gobi, if the moon's just set and his broken heart is conjuring mirages. But Sirius feels real. Remus can feel the calluses on his fingertips, can smell his woodsy scent undercut with the soft linen smell that's already tattooed itself on his heart as Karina. There's the tickle of his hair against Remus's cheek as his lips press just so against the swell of his cheekbone and drift up, ghosting across his skin to land on his temple. His memory echoes back to St. Antonius Square, to Sirius pulling him in, and that same specter of a kiss on the same stretch of his skin. Remus pulls in a breath. His lungs scream, his heart screams.
I hope,
Sirius says he's breathless too.
I hope that was clear.
Life is not a fairy tale. There isn't a happily ever after. There's no such thing, not in the long march of life. Remus knows this. He suspects Sirius does too. The world for them has ended and then ended again, a symphony of hope and despair that crescendoed into devastation, into running apart in the middle of a cold October evening. But life marches on. Life built itself inside Sirius, theirs, a legacy to leave the world with plump, ruddy cheeks and mischief already twinkling in her eyes. There is loss, but here is found. Here are 2 stars to anchor a constellation on his heart. There is going home, the long way around. A lifetime spent wanting that ends, as these things often do, on the steps of a church. But the church is a beginning too. The way is open, Firenze is waiting. La fine. Epilogue. Then, Harry Potter is nearly 12 years old, and he has the best secret. It isn't a boring secret, like where he keeps his peppermint pixies to hide them from his little brother, or a pointless secret, like where his sister keeps her diary. No, this is an incredible secret, the sort of thing that can and will shake the very foundations of a child's life. He knows, getting a racing broom. It's a birthday gift he isn't supposed to know about. His dad and mum have been telling him for ages that he's definitely not getting a racing broom, but he knows he is. He's seen it with his own eyes, in the downstairs flat where Uncle Sirius and Remus live. Sirius is terrible at hiding gifts. He's terrible at keeping secrets. Though Harry knows, now that he's old enough, that once Sirius hid very important secrets, the sort of secrets that kept people alive when times were dark and scary. Kept him, Harry Potter, alive, because once a very bad man thought he was very special. And he is, Harry knows, very special, but not for any of the reasons that man thought. He's a keen flyer, best in his class at St. Benedict's. He's the best at sussing out which lemons are ripest on the lemon tree in the front garden. He's also got so many people who love him. His parents and siblings, his uncles and cousins, Granny Hope and Grampy Lyle, Natalia and Taz, Emmy at the cafe, the list goes on and on. But racing brooms aren't the life or death sort of very important secret, and Sirius isn't the kind of man who locks up his cupboards. So Harry knows he's getting a racing broom because his cousin Karina showed him, there on the top shelf in the cupboard under the stairs, behind stacks of Remus's cardigans and Sirius's favorite scarves from Granny Hope. The problem with knowing is that he doesn't want to wait another entire day to ride it. And it's hard, when he's spending his summer break from St. Benedict's lounging around his uncle's flat with his cousins and Sirius humming in the kitchen, to not sneak away into the cupboard and stare at it, or to pluck it off the shelf and take it out back into the olive grove and ride it until he falls off it with exhaustion.
Quit mooning.
Karina hisses at him as she elbows him hard in the ribs.
Or they'll know you know.
It's beautiful,
Harry says around a sigh.
My own Nimbus.
He's distracted by the back door opening, by Remus swanning inside in a swirl of robes, baby Elio on his hip, and a grin on his face.
Hello, child,
he says to Karina, stopping to plant a smacking kiss on the top of her head before doing the same to Harry.
And our favourite squatter, where's Babbo gone off to?
In the kitchen, claiming to make dinner but really gossiping with Natalia.
Karina says. Harry peers over the back of the couch and watches Remus slip into the kitchen. Sirius is standing by the stove, hair pulled back into a bun, one hand stirring sauce and the other gesticulating wildly. But it all stops when Remus appears next to him with a grumpy toddler and a kiss hello. Elio is the youngest in a troop of cousins. Harry's dad sometimes grumbles that his uncles are trying for their own Quidditch team, but Harry thinks that's not it at all. For one, Karina doesn't even like Quidditch. She's her Babbo's daughter, forever too busy with Sirius, tinkering in the garden shed on his motorbike, or the occasional toaster, to care about how the Firenze Incendi rank in the leagues. For another, there's only 4 of them, and he's overheard Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus having a very stern conversation about how they both think that's quite enough. Thank you. Can't field a Quidditch team with only 4, not even with Harry and his brother and sister. Not if Karina wanted to stay in the garden shed with Sirius and Gertie the bike. Karina kicks out at him.
Fermati.
She mutters.
You're so obvious.
Harry rolls his eyes.
About what?
You're thinking about Quidditch. I can see it on your face.
She kicks at him again.
I didn't tell you so you could give away that I know where their hiding place is, idiota. If they change places, I won't know where to look for Christmas.
What's that about Christmas?
It's Sirius now, sweeping into the living room with Elio in his arms and a glint in his eye. Harry can hear Remus in the kitchen, banging around in the cupboards and laughing at something Natalia said. That's not his concern now, though. He is concerned with the way his godfather is staring at him, one dark eyebrow arched and a knowing look on his face.
I can't hardly wait for Christmas.
Harry tries.
All the, giving and holiday spirit.
The unimpressed look Sirius levels at him makes him quake in his socks.
The giving,
he says deadpan.
What, pray tell, are you looking forward to giving, Cucciolo?
He's saved, thank Merlin, by the door swinging open and his father coming in, knocking his boots against the doorframe and kicking them off in the hall. A big enough clatter that Sirius's attention is fully pulled.
Hello, Sprog.
James says, stooping to give Elio a kiss on the top of his head.
And mayhem and madness.
He winks at Harry and Karina on the couch as he straightens.
We ought to forget the party tomorrow, Prongs.
Sirius says.
He's already moved on to Christmas.
Pity.
James plucks Elio out of Sirius's arms and lifts him up so they're watching each other. Elio eyes James warily and sucks hard on his thumb. James grins.
I've got it on good authority you'd like your birthday gifts, Hazard.
Lots of books.
Sirius says.
School supplies to last a lifetime.
James adds.
Only the best quills for our young scholar.
Nary a Quidditch glove in sight.
Sirius's straight face fails him somewhere in the middle of his sentence, and he bites down on a laugh. Harry, for his part, lets out an exasperated sigh and slumps down into the cushions.
You're both unbearable.
He mutters, which makes them both laugh, and he keeps himself scowling until they both make their way back into the kitchen. Parties, for both the Potters and the Lupins, are a loud affair. It always starts the night before, when the guests begin to arrive. The little house at the end of Strada di San Sebastiano, with the faded blue door, isn't large enough for their whole gang, even though they've enlarged it a half a dozen times since they bought it from old Signore Lucci when Harry was a little boy. It looks a little odd, maybe, with extra rooms sprouting out on both floors, but his dad and Sirius are both dab hands at transfiguration, and Harry can hardly tell that the new bedrooms weren't stone and plaster to start with. So the guests who don't quite fit spill out into the olive grove in the back, put up in a circle of wizarding tents that Remus says reminds him of his time in the desert. Harry likes that bit. He loves heading out into the middle of them all and sitting around the campfire, listening to Granny Hope and Grampy Lyle tell stories about their travels around Australia. Or listening to Remus's friends, Ngozi and Rupert, tell stories about the strange things they find buried under millennia of rock and dirt. They met Remus in the Gobi Desert ages ago, back when Harry was just a baby, and they've been coming to Fire Ends for parties ever since. Now they don't work out on the Gobi anymore. Rupert's back in Canada, looking for dragon bones in Alberta. Ngozi's the head of the magical archaeology department at the University of Cairo. They've got real, ancient mummies there. Harry's seen them before, when they went to visit Ngozi last year. Harry could listen to Gid Pruitt all day. He was a war hero, back when there was a war. He helped Regulus Black and Albus Dumbledore kill Voldemort, which he knows, in some abstract, fated way, saved him too. Sirius and Remus kept secrets to lead Lord Voldemort somewhere else, and his dad kept the real secret, the one that hid the house he lived in when he was a baby. But Gid Pruitt saved his life too. There's others too by the fire. Emmy from the cafe, Taz and Natalia come, of course. There's a woman with a stern face and a tight, dark bun named Minerva, who only comes in the summers. Uncle Sirius says she can turn into a cat and that she would have been his professor if he went to Hogwarts. He feels well loved out there by the fire, though he'd never admit it, not to anyone, not at one point. And special because on nights when the tents are in a circle in the back garden, he doesn't have a bedtime. Karina doesn't either. She's on the other side of the fire, tucked under Granny Hope's arm, listening to Grampy Lyle tell her about tracking a Burrinjor across the outback. Harry's nearly certain he's exaggerating. Grampy Lyle loves to talk, but Uncle Remus says he's getting too long in the tooth to chase down dark creatures and just watches them from far off with a pair of omnioculars nowadays. Sirius sits down heavily next to him.
Hey, cucciolo.
He's got a glass of fizzy drink in one hand, and he looks content. Not that Uncle Sirius ever looks particularly stressed, but Harry knows he's happiest when he's surrounded by the people he loves.
Hey, Padfoot.
Harry answers.
Ready to turn 12 in the morning.
In a few hours.
Harry reminds him. He looks up, watches the stars twinkle above him, patently ignoring the moon fattening in the sky for a long stretching moment.
I found my racing broom.
Sirius barks a laugh.
Course you did.
He says. He sighs.
I got you your first ever broom too, did you know?
Harry did. His mum said so often enough, said it was Sirius's fault that he got bitten by the flying bug, as though Quidditch wasn't in his blood from his dad, who ran the under-12s league in the village with an iron fist and listened to Hogwarts matches on the wireless while wearing his old Gryffindor kit. Sirius takes a sip of his drink. He eyes Harry, considering. Then he straightens up and reaches out to ruffle Harry's hair as Remus slips onto the seat next to them.
Kid found the broom.
Sirius tells him.
Well, natural curiosity and all that.
Remus nods across to Karina, standing now with her hands on her hips, back to them in front of her grandparents.
Plus, Karina sorted out where we hid the gifts 2 Christmases ago.
Too clever by half, that one.
Sirius says. There's something funny in his tone, some kind of melancholy Harry doesn't understand how to parse. Sirius leans against Remus, cheek to shoulder, and looks out at their friends, gathered around the fire.
Are you all right, Padfoot?
Harry asks.
Fine, lad, just tired is all, and old.
Hardly old.
Remus grumbles.
Older than you, and we're both old anyway. This one's almost a teenager. Karina's going to be writing dissertations before we know it. Give it another few years and even Ellie'll be off, taming dragons or prodding at tombs for curses.
There's a snort, muffled against the crown of Sirius's head.
We're 32, Padfoot.
Never imagined being 32, not really.
Sirius shifts away, makes space on the bench between him and Remus for Karina, who flounces down onto the seat between them, burrowing her way under both of their arms.
Didn't imagine I'd have a godson old enough for a racing broom at 32 either.
Karina hides a laugh in the sleeve of her babbo's robe.
He's going to kill himself on it,
She says.
I won't.
Harry protests.
I need it if I'm going out for the school team next year.
Sirius leans into her, close to her ear, but he barely whispers if it can be called whispering at all.
He'll be fine, Stellina,
he says.
Let him be. It's his birthday.
Not yet.
There's a challenge on her face. Remus gives her a little tap on the cheek.
Close enough to count, I think.
Harry huffs. He eyes his cousin and then looks back out over his gathered family around the fire. His mum's got a glass of wine in one hand, and the other's prodding Gid Pruitt in the chest. Minerva's got Dad cornered by one of the tents, talking his ear off. Granny Hope and Grampy Lyle are leaning against each other on one of the long benches across from them, watching Sirius, Remus, and Karina with warm, loving eyes. In the morning, Harry Potter will unwrap a racing broom among a mountain of other gifts. He'll grin, do laps around the back garden, weaving in and out of the olive trees. There'll be a torta from Natalia and Sirius's lasagna for tea. He'll spend the day with his cousins in the Lucchese, with his sister and brother, with a dozen of his classmates. Karina will, like she always does, give him a special gift from the garden shed, something she made with her own 2 hands under Sirius's watchful eye. He'll notice, most of the way through the evening, that Sirius hasn't had a whiskey with Tazio or champagne with his mum. He'll remember how Sirius ducked out of the kitchen in the morning when his dad was doing a fry-up for the collected Potter Lupin troupe, how tired he looked while he drank a steaming mug of peppermint tea. He'll think about the inexplicable expression on Sirius's face the night before, the one he put down to melancholy. Harry Potter will be 12 years old, and he'll have the best secret. Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora, Caliana, and Flowerhawk.